As we are ramping into where the stream is starting up, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic morning so far. I got some good rest after doing our overnights, and I'm feeling much better today. So I have a couple of decks that I'm probably going to run through today. One, if you came from the YouTube channel, then it was featured on today's YouTube channel. It is a Bully Hawk deck, and it looks to just absolutely lock down the opponent from drawing into their resources, which can be so frustrating. And that deck has always felt like it lacked the power output that it needed. So it always lacked, or felt like it lacked, a big tail end. And with Agent Venom, I think that changes a good amount. And then the Edamame, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then the other one that we're going to be running a bit of, which I'm going to start off with. And then Pruitt, the beard. Yeah, the beard. My daughter likes it better whenever I'm shaved. And so I figured I'd shave, especially since she's sad that her mom's gone. So not forever. That her mom's gone into Florida for now. So I figured I'd do something that would kind of make her brighten her day. The other one that we're going to be running is Wolf Toxin, so Wolf Bounce. I think that with the utility of like Korg, the extra demons, Nico is really good. We have a lot of our one-cost cards to be able to like really flood into either the multiple plays or spreading them out into like the Werewolf Bounce, into Last Turn Hit Monkey. Can be pretty explosive. And then Wheaton Law, welcome in. Let's get your timeout in order, Wheaton. Hope you're having a good morning. And then Ruroni, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Let's launch into probably one game of this before the first set of ads have to run. Then we'll run to the quick set of ads, and then we'll ramp up for the day. Hopefully you guys are having a great week so far. Today and tomorrow are the last day of drops. So if you haven't finished yours off, make sure that you're hanging out in a Marvel Snap stream for at least 6 hours within the next couple of days. Your free premium mystery variant. And then Only Fox, welcome in. Headshot said, good day, TLSG. Do you think negative is in a good place right now? I think it's in an okay place. The only thing that kind of makes me hesitate on that is we're still seeing a decent amount of Goliath. But otherwise, it's, I think, incredibly powerful. And then is Toxin going to be like Madam Web power level? I think she fits into like bounce every single time. And so I think if you're running bounce, you're probably running Madam Web. Not Madam Web, goodness, Toxin. Sorry. And so I think it's probably the same effect as Madam Web for sure. Zon Aster said, boom, managed to get you at the stream start. We were right at the start. You've been able to jump in, Zon. And then the beard shaven has returned, yeah. So let's go. Do we lean into this? Or do we go ahead and go like werewolf? And then maybe next turn we get another one cost. We can do 1/1/2. Steel should be in a bully already. Soul Knife. We're always a bully. We woke up early just in time to be the biggest bully we could be. Welcome in, Soul Knife. Hopefully you're having a good one. I think we're just going to do this. We move Werewolf left. We move it right. We don't pull back in the hood, but I think that's fine. We have a 50-50 of being able to draw into one of our other ways to pull cards in next turn again. Do you remember what skin do you receive in the drop? So it's a premium mystery variant. I got, from the one from this time, I got a Sabretooth, which wasn't great, but you can get up to a super rare, which is kind of nice. Of course, the beardless version is always a bully. Always have to make up for something. Go ahead and drop left, pull it back in. And then we can start with Toxin onto the hood to pull that back in next turn. Into flooding wherever we need to flood. Oh, God. Never mind. We cannot do that. We are cooked. I guess they can only drop one card per turn, right? This swings, it's a big power swing. Oh, no. No, that anything else is cope. Oh, no, we got roasted. Dr. Bingo said I'm already sick of Toxin. I think Toxin's going to be everywhere, especially with bounce stuff. And then on the YouTube side, Caden, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. We do have about a minute and a half of ads that are going to run, and then we'll jump back in. That way we can disable pre-rolls, and then we'll be right back with a few more games. Hopefully they go better than that one, but if not, it's okay. Have you bought the Iron Man web shop? I haven't. I haven't yet, Silent. Not because I won't, I just haven't yet. But it is very, very good value. I think it's like 5 times the normal like cost per resource value. And so if you're looking to maybe spend lightly, then it's definitely going to give you a good amount of credit. So it's like $15 of worth of credits or something like that. Werewolf is a better option than Bishop? I think so. So I think Bishop, you tend to stack a little too heavily and a little too telegraphed, so you're counterable by like Goliath, by Cosmo. This one you are at least forced to kind of spread them out, and usually helps with like Werewolf usually scales just a bit bigger. Then before I forget, we're gonna go ahead and let Bruroni choose the avatar. So he said we run a Wolverine one. So I actually have several Wolverine ones. Only one that is infinite, has an infinite border. So unless you want one of the other ones specifically, we're gonna run the infinite one. If you do want another one, just let me know. Throw Sabretooth on there. Either that or like the ones with like claws, but kind of like the Sabretooth. The last one. Pretty good one too. And then Lacey, good morning. Hopefully you're having a great one. You think this deck can work without Swan? I think Swan is a big piece of making sure, because we have a lot of one costs here. And so Swan is, I think, good to lean into for the like last turn flood, whether it be bumping up a werewolf a lot or bumping up a hit monkey. I don't know that it works without Swan. And then Flo on the YouTube side, what does TLSG stand for? It stands for a lot of things, depending on who you ask. So let's start with Silver Sable. Always a great early card because you don't have to target it with the like the rocket. So the extra energy here, we can actually do this number. Ooh, this looks pretty solid. We do this even if rocket doesn't hit, it's fine. We're gonna scale the Toxin. Turn 3, we probably go Sable, maybe another rocket. Into doing Beast, we can do Toxin onto the Beast on 4, Beast onto the Toxin on 5. Probably becomes like the ideal hand, I think. And then Myth, you said I was just watching your VOD from yesterday. Ooh, I apologize. We got a little. I was still very, very tired because I had only got like I was transitioning from the overnight sleep schedule to the regular sleep schedule, so I may have been a little tiltier than normal. How are you finding Toxin? Yeah, I think he's fine. I don't have any issues with Toxin. So we could either do Beast this turn. Next turn would be all of them. That way we can do Beast on 5. Yeah, I think we do this. He finds Toxin toxic. I think Toxin is as expected in balance. I think he's very, very good here. It's just he's not flexible really outside of that. And I don't think his scaling is really where his power comes from. I think his power comes from a lot of times just being able to re-trigger these like really strong, cheap tools like the Hood, the Korg, the Nico. No, oh, okay. I was gonna giggle at the no such luck on the acid arrow, but that's okay. So we may. All right, we can still salvage this. This is it's okay. It was just very, very rude. So we may have to look out. People may have shifted to how common Toxin is. I may have to look out, especially heavily for like Cosmo and Eliath. And then Dreadful, welcome in. I see we got some Toxin gameplay. We do have some Toxin gameplay. I haven't played a whole lot of it. I played it yesterday and didn't enjoy it all that much, but I was also very, very tired. So we do what, like Rocket. We actually win this left lane with just these two. So that's good. Was it like Rocket, Nico, Sable, or no? Sable, Korg, Black Swan. Go ahead and lock that in. Eliath range. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus the 18, but then we would win over here, right? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. If for some reason they had Eliath. I don't think they do. I think it's much more likely that they have like Mystique, maybe a Juggernaut. Juggernaut could be problematic. Mystique, Juggernaut, Speed. It looks like the very common Agent Venom deck. And then Pones alone. I don't think there's a Black Swan replacement in this version because we're leaning very heavily into the one-cost cards. I don't think there's a good sub for, unfortunately. And Mighty Mo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Toxic Rocks and Hawks. I don't know. I don't know that Toxin helps the Rocks and Hawks much. Like maybe, but I would rather probably do Grandmaster in that one, because otherwise your curve is going to get really clunky and you're not going to be putting a whole lot of power on the board. Scotta, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning. You're fine. I think you're fine. It's water under the bridge. We owe you a timeout whenever you we owe you one free timeout whenever you want to claim it. Let's go ahead and start with the Silver Sable here. And then Colis said came straight from the YouTube video. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. I'm glad that you could join us. We do get the Toxin. Let's go Nico. Nico Hood. Scotta said now. Okay. I thought maybe you would save it for a little bit. No. Straight to the free timeout. All right. Scott is 727. We'll see you in 2 minutes. All right. Let's go ahead and lock this in. You said it's evening for you, but it's been all right. Good. I'm glad you're having a decent day. Myth, you said Wiccan. Wiccan instead of Black Swan. Wiccan instead of Black Swan might be okay. You wouldn't get the same kind of like big burst, but I think you're right. It'd probably be decent. Let's do Werewolf just in case they play in Otto's Lab and it hits Toxin. And then Luke Shep. Good morning. Love seeing you streaming during the day. Me too. Oh, it does hit Toxin. Like the other two would have been great pulls. Toxin is the unfortunate one, but it's okay. I love being able to stream during the days instead of like stuck in a cubicle looking at numbers whenever I'd rather be playing a video game. As bad as that might be. Let's go with like a... Oh, we're gonna need Falcon or Beast, I think, to be able to make this happen. So if we go Black Swan, our only on reveal could pull it to the left or right, but if it goes left, then we're capped out here. So I think Rocket goes to the right. We go Black Swan. It's Black Swan Demon mid. Ruoni said, sucks I don't have Hitmonkey. Hitmonkey is in a pretty decent spot right now for sure. Especially with like bounce. I mean, it's because of bounce. Bounce being so prevalent really brings Monkey to the forefront. That is not... Oh, no. Well, since Toxin got pulled here, it really takes away our ability to do much. Let's skip here, let the Korg naturally pull in, and then we retreat. Whew.
Hey, you found a rook.
Three bounce mechanics, and we didn't bounce anything. Alexa just defined cubicle based on your conversation. Did she really, Nat? Did I say something that like that triggered Alexa? Alexa, play smooth jazz. If so, I apologize. Mono, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. If so, maybe I accidentally put on some comforting background music for you. Did you try the Agent Venom build yesterday? Which Agent Venom build? He said, I'm not listening to smooth jazz. My bad, guys. It's one of those impulse things that just happened. At least it's like, you know, not like death metal or anything. Now jazz is haunting my house. Okay, my bad, guys. I grossly underestimated how many people didn't have headphones. My bad, I apologize. I won't do that again.
Cool.
Mess Short, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 7 months. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Death metal is way better than smooth jazz. It also could be a bit scarier. Like if it was super loud and maybe there's other people that aren't expecting it. At least smooth jazz is, you know, soothing. We could either go Falcon or Toxin here. Go ahead and start with the Toxin though, I think. While on the topic of music, what do you listen to? I listen to just about a little bit of everything. So sometimes it's like, I guess, wouldn't be classic rock, but sometimes it's like a little bit older rock. Sometimes it's alternate. Sometimes it's like the new, like today's music. TLSG, Taylor Swift guy. Sometimes it is Taylor Swift. My daughter loves a good Taylor Swift song. It probably shouldn't. But she loves Cruel Summer. One that she She runs around and just belts out at all times. We probably, I think we probably should have snapped this one, but we can do. Sable, Org, Falcon.
Victory.
Listen to classic rock too. Linkin Park is. I haven't listened to much of Linkin Park since their lead singer passed. But they did have one that came out recently. I don't think it sounds the same as Linkin Park. Like initially, it starts out kind of slow, but I don't mind it. It doesn't have the same like epic feel that their old songs did, but it's definitely good to see them making some new stuff. Dreadful said, instead of Korg, Shang, and Werewolf, I have Sage, Agent, Venom, and Shadow King. Yeah, Chester was amazing. It was really difficult what happened. But I am glad that they are coming out with some newer stuff. You read any books? I haven't for a little while, but I do like to whenever I get some free time. I probably haven't picked up a new book since Addie was born. Just with being so tired, typically reading strains my eyes a little bit, and it makes me pretty tired. And so with already being very, very tired because she's not a good sleeper, it was a recipe for disaster. And so I would like to, as I get a little bit more free time back, pick some stuff up, but I haven't in a bit. Audiobooks could be a good call. It's just I've done a few audiobooks from like the library because I know you can rent from there. But Audible, I want to like it, but it's just so expensive. If you're listening to like multiple books each month. Saw Linkin Park in 2009. They were awesome. Yeah, I think they always put on a pretty good like live show, if I'm not mistaken. So something like what? Nico, Hitmonkey. We copy the Hitmonkey. Johnny, welcome in. And Scott, I think you're back. If so, welcome back for your 2 minutes. You're reading Game of Thrones and loving it. Is it? I guess with most it would be better or is better than like the show adaptation. So maybe it's something that I need to check out. Like Korg, Sable, Rocket, Falcon. We have to try to dodge a potential Cosmo is the only thing here. I see you chose Shang-Chi over Shadow King. Yeah, I think both are good. It's just most of our cards are scaling so much that I felt like I was kind of tripping over where I needed to position the card. We do get a big follow-up Hitmonkey here. Use Libby. Yeah. So I have Libby, and I need to. Speaking of library, we have a whole bunch of library books that I picked up for my daughter that I need to return in about 4 days. I need to set a calendar reminder. And then Great Fox, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Sheesh. 50 power here. 26 here is wild. Hitmonkey. Org. Rocket Sable. I don't know. It feels bad to jump here. You can also rocket Sable and bring it mid. Ooh, Shang-Chi left. Shang-Chi, but then I guess Shang-Chi left and then a 1 cost over here. That would bring them down to 9 and 6, so 15, so still 30. 12, 10, 2, 32. Yeah, we're still in the kind of the same spot of if they play a card left, we would be in trouble. I don't know. I think Shang-Chi left is the play. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, we would have been able to take out the Mystique, which would have been big. If that's a Juggernaut mid, no, it's a Cosmo. Falcon still jumps or leaps over there. So we might be okay. No, it's very, very close, but we very, very close, but not quite. Even with the rocket, the Shang-Chi left was the play. Captain, you would have pulled that one out. Yeah, the Mystique mid was also a concern. That one, it's really tough to gauge like where that last turn play is going to be, because both Juggernaut, Cosmo, Mystique, all of them are pretty tough to deal with. And you're back, just hard to chat on your phone. No worries, Skada. I'm glad that you're here. Fridge and Freezer went out last night or overnight. Had to toss everything. Oh, Great Fox, that's tough. Just watch your new video on YouTube. Any replacements for Grandmaster and Cassandra? Instead of Grandmaster, you could try Toxin, because they're both going to serve the same thing. But I feel like Toxin might be a little bit. You wouldn't get as much or as consistent of disruption. So it really takes away an element of like bombard them with rocks and disruption. And then Cassandra Nova, there's not a great one-to-one replacement, but I think Sage would be the closest we could. Ooh, Skada. Match into me and we'll throw some more cubes your way. We'll get you top 50 today for sure. Let's go ahead and go Korg.
Hey man, I'm Korg.
You don't really like to see the early beast, but being able to potentially throw down Toxin could be nice. We throw all of our 1-cost cards? Hope for a Falcon / Toxin. Would you ever throw AV?
Hey, I found a rock.
So with the AV decks that I was running with Toxin, I always felt like I was struggling to effectively play him, because on 2 I was wanting to do my 1-costs into a drop or Black Swan. So it always felt like I was having to like give something up to make that happen. I'm sure that there's a way to build AV into a bounce shell. I'm not sure that this one leans fully enough into it though. But I'm not saying never possible. Man, what a good lineup in Ant Maze for that Toxin. And the Toxin, no, the Toxin wasn't ours. Toxin on 4 is pretty good though, because now we can do like Demon, Rocket, Beast to pull back in the Toxin, or we just line them line them up in the right lane. Planesrunner, that is tough with the retreats in in high voltage. We can do this. That way we have at least 3 cards to drop alongside the Hit Monkey. I think that makes more sense than bouncing in the Toxin. Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, we've played a card over in the right lane, yeah? No. I don't remember if we played Nico before turn 3 or not. Yeah, so we should have left, I guess, the demon. Nope, you're right. We have not activated Ant Maze. So we're just going to pull 2 in anyway, so the left lane was going to be the better call. I feel like we are not in a great spot here, but this would be my best guess at what might hold us down. Mr. Awesome, you said, I feel like garbage, but I can chill out with the nicest guy and snap. Welcome in, Mr. Awesome. Wolf? We could have done Wolf. What, Wolf? Our 2 free 1 costs, and then Hit Monkey? I guess the Wolf instead of Sable, yeah? Yeah. No, you're right. Wolf was better. Wolf was better all around. Failure bun. I'm not sure what we were thinking. But it turns out we could have just sent left and they abandoned Ant Maze, but it was a bad read on our part. And we could have got Wolf down, and that would have, I think, helped out some of the scaling because we could have shifted some cards back and forth. On the YouTube side, Christopher, you said I'm new to the game. What extensions you show? What extension do you use that shows? So I don't have the command on the YouTube side, but I'm gonna copy it over from Twitch. So it's untapped. You can use that link or just snap.untapped.gg. I normally like to do Korg on the first turn, or even Sable, but Nico with the double up spell, he's going to be a 10 power 1 cost card. And then there's always a chance we have something that can pull it back in. Go ahead and go Sable Korg.
I found the rock.
Nico is huge. Oh no. That Nico is unfortunately huge now. Honest, yeah. Nice, Nico. Thanks. It would be a shame if anything happened to it. Oh no. Well, it is what it is. R.I.P. Nico. I knew you well. I would have even thrown like Beast down to save it. Falcon would have been ideal, but they don't snap off of that. They're crazy. It is within Shang-Chi range. You're very right. Let's go with this. Kitty Pride is getting pretty large. We have to look out for their Cosmo. We have to look out for their Iron Man, for Claw, and of course Mystique. We're going to activate Black Swan, play the Werewolf, and that's going to be it right now. Ooh, Mystique to copy the speed. Although Athena in the left is helping that scaling out dramatically. Falcon's not huge here. This would be, I think, the best bet. I don't think it's a good one. Worth 4 cubes? Probably not. But I'm also curious. Oh. Okay. No. Rocket doesn't trigger in the right. Oh, no.
Hey, you found a rook.
Gonna be short by 1 over there. I don't think we win mid either, though. But, man, we're seeing a lot of this Agent Venom deck. It's one of those decks that I don't really enjoy playing this version or this flavor of it. But it's very frustrating to play against frequently. Just because it's very flexible by design. A mid-range deck should be flexible. And that one definitely doesn't. JF, how's the new card? Well, you see, I think the new card is fine. New card in bounce, I think, really helps some of the consistency pieces of bounce. Not that it really needed it. But at the end of the day, it is still bounce. I haven't seen any like really cool, cheeky way to use it outside of that. Maybe we come up with something. I thought maybe in like a Living Tribunal move deck, but it still felt relatively high-ended and a little bit clunky. And so we ended up scrapping that pretty early. But overall, I think the card itself feels fine. Agony's a bit scary here. That's most likely either like a Deadpool or Hulkbuster, and so that means they can fill this lane pretty easily and then clear it back out. Yeah, JF, no problem. Yesterday I actually did really badly with the new card. This morning we're actually not starting off to a great start either. I think we're seeing we're seeing it so commonly that there are a lot of counters being built and being played to it potentially. So whether that be things that run Killmonger, like Destroy, we're seeing a lot of the like very tried and true Agent Venom deck. Chunderman, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Massive vote of confidence. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you being here for 5 months. And here's looking at 6 more. Hopefully you're having a great day. Does it fit in Destroy? I don't think so. But maybe there's always a chance. Ooh, JF, you said time to stop messing around. Kids starting in January, school from home. Ooh, I don't think I could do school from home. So very commendable on your part. Good. No, we don't have priority. We fall if they have Killmonger. If not, we might have a shot. But since they have priority, ooh, Lady Deathstrike is also a card. Oh, I meant you. Gotcha. Gotcha, JF. Yeah, we gotta stop messing around. Four, five, six, seven, eight. So what if it's Sable, Nico, Hood, Shang-Chi? No. Doesn't line up how I want it to.
Victory.
Hood doesn't activate Nico if you... That's a good call. I'm glad they retreated. Man. They hit us with the Lady Deathstrike with the big Deadpool, and then nothing. Did all that for a retreat? Unfortunately, so Soul Knife. I was over here sweating it, and then we get a retreat. And then Show, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Yeah. So it's after the reveal. I always forget that. But and then Lucky Flip. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the 3rd month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Next up we have Awarded Usher. First location, Asteroid M. We do get Toxin. So an early Sable doesn't feel awful. Is your YouTube video yesterday's deck? No, the YouTube video, I haven't ran that deck on stream. It was one that I was playing around with, like after, in the evening, while spending time with like my daughter and son, and I realized that I really enjoy it, and that it's super evil. So we could do Falcon, or we should go ahead and do Toxin now. Actually, I'm gonna do Hood. That way next turn, at the very least, we could do Demon Toxin. Could also Beast into Blood for the Toxin on 4. Awful. That way we can do it again on 5 to get the discount for Hitmonkey. Then Angel with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. Welcome in, Angel, and the posture check as well. Hopefully you're having a good morning or afternoon. I'm at work today. I'll be lurking mostly. Well, welcome in anyways. Still appreciate you being here. So if they don't change the Bifrost, or if... Okay, I was going to say, if they don't pick those back up, Fist Tower is going to take a big toll here. We'll all be working. What's after board 44? So board 44 is actually the last one. Let me double check. But that should be the last one of the... Yeah, that's the furthest that you can get. So there's, I mean, as far as progression wise, that's the furthest that you can get. Our Iceman hit our Hood, which is We can get another demon. We do this. Go ahead and pull in the left lane, get another demon, which brings us to 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's fine. Time to uninstall it. Cho, I appreciate you diving in deep there. I think you need a new boss. This one is making you work. Mine too. Boss is a heck of a guy. Nosybot said, oops.
Hey man, I'm
No, you're fine, Nosy. What if it was like Sable, Demon, Beast? That would be 4, 5, 6. That last turn? Isn't terrible. And then General, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far, General. But my day's going pretty well. Does the brick another draw? Yeah, this brick's another draw. And that Iceman is putting in work for them with the double Falcon. And Collector is one of those that when it pops off for them, or when it pops off in like this type of shell, very, very strong. So we can't do the demon as well. So that brings us down 1 demon here. Not good. Definitely not even great. But we're probably going to lose 4 here. Toshi, I'm going to make you snap right away next game. Oh, we lose this one, right? No. We pull it out with the massive Sable Demon play.
Victory.
Whew. Georgie with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And we can snap right away. I'm all right with that. Hopefully the draw looks good or promising at least. Shang feels good. Seems like a very bad meta for Shang. So I think that's the reason that I like Shang in this. So previously it would be something like Mysterio. Previously it would be something like Mysterio, or not Mysterio, like a Shadow King. But with this deck, we're ramping up so many of our cards in between the Toxin, the Sable, the Nico sometimes, the Rocket, that it felt tough to navigate a Shadow King well. And so right now, I think not many people are running Shang-Chi. And so more often than not, we don't play him. But he does have that kind of like surprise factor at times, where he ends up being very good value for us. Oh. Oh, knife. My bad. I almost forgot your snap. I got it now. Gave you a double snap. Go ahead and throw, I guess, Black Swan to the left. I would have stacked in probably mid, but since Grand Central will pull a card in on 5, we want to kind of avoid it. I get Black Swan or Hit Monkey. Ooh. I feel like both are pretty important. Because they kind of go hand in hand. I would say I'd lean closer to maybe Hit Monkey first. But we do have an emote only chat coming in for the next 2 minutes. We'll see you guys on the other side. Okay, so let's start with our werewolf. The Lechugia is super unfortunate. At least until the last turn. Oof. And without a bounce mechanic, really don't want to do a whole lot. Odds are we have 3 out of 5 chance to draw into one of our bounce mechanics next turn. Ideally, it would be Falcon, but if all 3 are at the bottom, not a lot we can do. Ooh, an Adam Warlock. An Arisham generated one.
Hey, I found a rook.
Falcon. Falcon. It is what it is. Man. The only benefit is the surprise Shang-Chi. So since a card is going to pull in mid this turn, I wanted to get Werewolf away from there. That way we weren't fully capped out there. Ooh, the Orca on top of it. Huge. Into the rock draw. Not as huge. Odds are they can beat what, 9 power. I would imagine. I don't know that we stay here. I want to, just because we get the Shang-Chi value. But with a full hand of cards, and us only getting up to at max 9 power here, or I guess at max 10 power, we're gonna jump out.
Escaped.
And it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to release you guys from the emote-only chat. And actually, I can fit in one more game before the ads have to roll. And then on the YouTube side, Austin, you said, how's Toxin shaping up? I feel like most people have said he's like amazing, and there's been a lot of hype around him. I've had like the worst luck with him. I think he's really good for bounce. He helps your consistency pieces. But I haven't had very much luck. He said Toxin would feel better if everyone not playing Toxin wasn't teching against him. Very true. And then Jeezy with the snap redemption as well against the 13th ranked player in the game. And then how do you claim drops? If you do exclamation point drops, the first one, make sure that your accounts are linked together. The second one is how you check your progress.
Hey, man.
Did you like the War Machine package in the Scream deck? I did a bit. The problem is that it runs or is fairly, I guess, it's fairly straightforward, so it's easy for the opponent to retreat with or snap into when they know what to beat. And so the cube rate is relatively low. I'm loving Iceman. Yeah, I'm thinking Iceman instead of Korg may be a viable play. Person played 1 card in 3 turns against me earlier, then retreated. So here's the hoping. Here's the hoping. We ever hope they don't play in Rickety Bridge here? No, too risky. Let's go Werewolf. Next would be like Falcon to the right. Played in Mansion, yeah. Could have gotten away with it. Wasn't for that meddling kids. Oh, Into the Beast would have been beautiful. But I wanted to snap again. We can change Rickety Bridge. We have Falcon pull these back in. We have Beast to pull the cards back in one more time next turn. And so I like leaving Death's Domain because we can pull Werewolf over there by the end of the game. So usually we have a more of an advantage in that lane than what they will. Yeah, Nico left does get another Wolf trigger, but I'd almost rather keep her so that we can play, maybe it's a copy spell next turn. So we can copy the Sable. We can copy like a Rocket, we can copy a Korg. And so I know that it gets another trigger, but we're going to have a lot of reach on Werewolf. Plus, we're probably going to send him to the left anyways, and so it really won't matter how big he gets for the most part. Oof. That is a beautiful rock. Wait, I don't have Korg gold. May need to do some splits. Oh, what? You said I've played this person a few times today already? So what if we did, what, like Sable, Rocket, I don't know. I think Rocket goes mid. So Rocket, Sable to pull the Werewolf back over. Nico, pull it here. And Toxin. Pull these two back in. I don't really care for having the Falcon in hand though. Oh, that's what I'm gonna go with. Gibdo said, "Oh my God, the beard." Yeah, I shaved it. My daughter likes it better when it's clean shaven, and she's been having a hard time with her mom being in Florida for so long. Because the longest she's been away from her mom since she was born was like 4 days. And so I shaved it to give her something to be excited about. Took off 10 years. Oh, I missed the ads. I apologize, you guys. I'm gonna be more vigilant. We're gonna get the ads so that they're ahead of the like play schedule. Oof, a big Killmonger. So Sable hit Monkey Korg. Sable beats the solo lane here. We get more than whatever they would probably do here. Demigod with the Wong. They killed their own blob. Oh, Bob, not blob. Yeah, so they could be looking to do maybe Galactus.
Victory.
But we have the Werewolf that can jump over to the left, and so I think we always have the benefit there. We'll take the 2 and let's choose Wong for Demigod TV. Go back to the Wong. I would like an alternate Wong avatar, but all right. What if we did like Wong Mjolnir? We're gonna double the one reveal. My Mjolnir. Shouldn't Iceman be better than Korg? Potentially. But if we're running into a lot of Black Swan or other stuff that like offsets that Iceman, sometimes bricking one of their draws can be devastating. And so I think in general, or in theory, Iceman should probably be better. But I do enjoy a good Korg. And with Black Swan kind of offsetting the negative scaling on a lot of those cards, kind of like Korg. Maybe Spider Ham. So with with the 3 bounce triggers. I like a card that is impactful when played multiple times. And so Spider Ham typically is only going to hit 1 card.
Ego.
Oof.
And
Let's watch
is my
Ego with this,
domain.
but Polonius gonna follow the law. I just realized today that Cosmo has almost a 30% play rate. Yep. A lot of that is the really popular Agent Venom deck, but also outside of that, Cosmo has so much application right now. So since they didn't snap back, if it looks like we're gonna lose on the last turn, then we will retreat. Otherwise, I usually stay fully out. Okay, he's cooking. Let him cook. The law of ego. They didn't follow the law. Better yet, Ego played Shang on 3, which is even better. Not bad. We do get a big monkey left. I'm furiously taking notes. He knows what he's doing. Watch him drop like Falcon on turn 6. Good at 18,000 collection and still don't have Nico. Nico is a good one to have, like in your arsenal. Play Falcon now. Oh no. Gonna do it. Gonna do it. I had so many opportunities to roll Falcon there. So many. Oh no.
Found the rock.
We are in danger. And so now there's nothing that can make us not play the Falcon, unfortunately. Left with just 3 power, right? I guess. Okay. I forgot about the Sentinels and the Demon. 3, 6. Not bad. We win mid, right? 3, 3, 3, and then 5. Yeah.
Opponent snapped.
Do they have a Killmonger? If they can beat 15 right, we're in trouble. We must know. Yeah. We have to know at this point. No left is good. Wait, no way we got cooked by Cerebro Ego? God. What? And, oh man. And had the left lane been filled up, the Pim arrow, we would have won with the Pim arrow. Because it would have broke their Cerebro bonus. Oh my goodness. The only reason I feel bad, Hoffman, or the only reason I feel mad, is that Felonius did not follow the law of ego, and we gave him 8 anyways. But what a good Cerebro, like, last turn, either draw or it finally hit the Cerebro. Can't even be mad about it. Yeah, and all the Sentinels definitely, like, leaned into the Cerebro 3. What are the odds of hitting an Ego game with the Sentinel location and while you're facing a Cerebro 3? Yeah, Dill, but it's fine. Like he was playing it like I think any other game. He may just ignore the law of ego, which is fine. And knew that he was kind of vulnerable to maybe the Pim arrow. Scada said you want a top 50. We'll do our best.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Jack, you said you just got back from watching Venom 3. How was it? I haven't watched any of the Venoms just because I've heard such bad things. But curious. And then GZ said, Scott, fancy seeing you here. Fancy indeed. They have a Cosmo. We're still in it, but not to the same degree. I have a feeling a lot of people don't know about the ego snap. I snapped instantly, and when I lost, the other person spammed me with snap. Yeah, that's always a bad feel too.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Snapped.
Not awful. We don't junk up our hand or a draw either. And Slime K 1033, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I know that bumps us up more than one for the day, but it's showing as one, so either way, I appreciate you. So we get a little bit of disruption their way with the Korg. Maybe it disrupts their draw a bit. But we do have Black Swan down, so now our one costs will be free on the final turn. We don't have to disrupt the Vibranium, or disrupt our draw with the Vibranium Mines. I want to snap back, but I'm not going to. Last time I snapped back against Skada, it didn't end well. And so I'm just going to play it as is. But being able to pick this right lane up is huge. Yeah, Toxin was the best possible draw we could have hoped for. And so next turn, drawing a Hit Monkey would probably be the best. Or Shang-Chi. Oh no, not the Cosmo. Cosmo's a bad boy. Toxin was not the best draw here. Left side. I'm sorry, are we still snapping? Are we still snapping here? You can do next game? Okay. I appreciate it. Because they have big boys. This is like a Scar or a Scar? It's a car. This is like a big boys, 10 plus power, a lot of flood on the last turn. So they have 4 cost, Scar, and then some other stuff. Man, well-timed, well-placed Cosmo. Yeah, you hate to see it, but we're gonna retreat later.
Escaped.
Gotta. We top decked the Toxin. Otherwise, we were just gonna skip into the Black Swan. And after seeing the Cosmo, I wish we had a Shang-Chi buried somewhere in our deck as well. It was well played. That was a devastating Cosmo. You happen to know the scenario or circumstance where Beast pulled itself? What do you mean, Ivy? Ooh, Skada. So, yeah. It was a good read. And I wasn't even going to play the cards, but the draw we drew on turn 5 was Toxin, so I thought, ooh, perfect. And then you said not so much. Could someone explain the ego snap etiquette? Great Fox. So, I mean, honestly, especially if you're climbing like pre-infinite, do whatever works best for you. But the rule that most or a lot of people follow is ego shows up, you both snap. For me, if we both snap right when ego shows up, then I'll stay through the end of the game, whether or not I'm gonna win. If I snap and then they later snap back because Ego played, what they wanted to, or they waited to see a bit of the RNG. Then if it looks like I'm going to lose, I'll leave on turn 6. So. Got District X Loki'd. Oof. God, that's a rough one.
Victory.
And then left side. Do you want that one to count? Because we had a really good hand. And I think I would have snapped anyways. I can snap on the next one, left side. I read your message, but I thought you were talking to Great Fox and telling him the ego etiquette. But I can snap on the next one. Bubba, on the YouTube side, you said swap out Korg for Iceman, and then also Shang-Chi for Sage. I think both of those are fine. Are fine subs, and it would probably perform pretty well. I do like the disruption of an early Korg, though. Because, like, even if they hit one rock draw, and let's say you drop it 3 times, like, one rock draw with how very combo-heavy the decks have been lately, can be make or break for you. Is Toxin worth a couple keys? I don't play bounce much. If you don't play bounce, probably not. I haven't seen anything like outside of the standard either werewolf bounce or regular bounce or any of those. Oh, left side. I almost forgot again. But if you don't.
Victory.
I tried. We're getting a lot of retreats today. Retreats or 8 cube losses. That's the only way. And so, but if you do skip it, I think the big thing to know is that if you try to or want to run bounce in the future, you'll be running like probably a half effective version without Toxin. The only card this season that fits into multiple decks is Agent Venom. Scream was this season, right? Yeah, I guess hers is still pretty linear, pretty standard. What were the other ones? I'm drawing a big blank. Toxin, we had Agent Venom. Scorn, yeah, discard specific. Misery. Oh yeah, Misery. I forgot Misery was a card. He was so rough to play with. Misery's flexible, but just bad. Like she can fit into a lot of decks. It's just, are you better off for that or not? All right, let's go ahead and do Black Swan. Started early? Yeah. So I got back on my normal sleep schedule, and so my daughter, I got her off to school, and my son off to school, and then instead of laying down to take a nap, I was able to go ahead and launch and log on. And I think in the early morning, there's kind of a gap of people that are live or are streaming. So I think it was nice to be able to fill that gap, especially with Jeff focusing or switching over to Pokemon Pocket. I think it puts me in a decent enough position so I can get, within the first couple, like 1 to 2 to 3 streams, so that the discoverability is decent there as well. So Edo, you sorry, I just realized what I think you were trying to do with that command. If you do exclamation point card Toxin, yeah, that'll come up with like what the card is and the cost and the effect and stuff. Who needs extra sleep? Since I slept last night, not me. Oof. The Pixie is something, but at least all of our 1 costs will be free. Yeah, I think we'll snap into it still. It is way better to wake up to your stream than to others.
Found a rock.
I'm glad. I like streaming on both ends of it. So like the night streams, I know that my commentary is pretty like soothing, and so it's nice to be able to for people to be able to fall asleep to, but it's also nice to have like in the background at work. Agony only good and destroy. I got her and haven't tried her yet. I would say destroy, maybe Phoenix Force. But outside of that, she's kind of limited. All right, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go ahead and skip here, and then we can just flood these. Let's play the hood. We're gonna play the hood, and then we're gonna flood everything next turn. Okay.
Hey,
Hold on.
welcome. It took you long enough.
I pivoted one more time. We're gonna do Nico left into hood right. And then we're just going to skip. And then JJ Rolk, thank you so much for the 31-person raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. And hopefully you're doing well. I haven't heard from you in a little bit. I know that with drops and everything else going on, it's been a little bit busy. But hopefully you're doing well. And then let's give you a shout out. If you haven't heard of or seen JJ Rolk stuff, absolutely would recommend. He was very kind and does some kind of some like chat draft deck stuff, and gave me access to the draft tool. I haven't been able to put it into use yet, but was kind enough to reach out and make that connection when we hadn't really spoken previously. So I think, let's see. We're just gonna vomit the cards and then.
Victory.
Oh, ooh, you said we have a new PvP draft mode? I'll follow up via Discord. Perfect roll. Pablo, Falcon last. I mean, we have the energy. It's we have to play it. So we'll take it. We'll take the win where we can. We're just barely hanging on, staying above top 200 today. A couple of like bad big losses, but for the most part, the deck has been doing okay. Let's see what the stats are. We're a win rate of 50, so the definition of okay. Saw someone play Agony in C2. Gives +2 to Cerebro or Mystique. That's a pretty unique way to drop it. I guess the question would be, is C2 strong enough right now that it would be worth it? Does TLSG stand for anything? TLSG stands for everything. There's a lot of stories, there's a lot of rumors about what TLSG stands for. One of my personal favorites is that it stands for that live stream guy. Because being a dad joker, I thought it was funny the first time I created a Twitch account to name it that live stream guy. So when someone saw it, they would tell their friends like, "Hey, have you seen that live stream guy?" And the response would be, "Which one?" I only streamed for like a month with that account, but during that time, chat shortened it to TLSG, and the rest is history. By now, TLSG does not even know what it means. He said, "Giving this out for free in this economy?" We are. We were giving it out for free in this economy. So, Sandbar's rough. What if we just go ahead and do like a werewolf? Next turn, we can do Sable Toxin, and we'd have to hope for... I guess we wouldn't be able to do Sable Toxin. We could maybe do Black Swan Toxin. And then the posture check and the hydrate from Zahn. Absolutely, I gotcha.
Hey, I found a rock.
To be Tactical Legend Snapper God. Ooh, we do get the black swan. Beautiful to see. But 2, 3, we wouldn't be able to draw. 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably the direction we would go would be the Toxin, but we do get the 1 cube retreat from Grandma. Last time we faced Grandma, I think she stomped us into the ground. It's nice to get a little revenge on Grandma. And it does look like it's time for a quick set of ads. We're about 2 minutes before they auto roll. The late snapper guy for your prosperity or propensity to boomer snap. I do boomer snap quite a bit. But we're gonna run to 1.5 minutes of ads. And then we will be right back with some more gameplay, you guys. Bullying grandmas. I thought this was a wholesome stream. You thought wrong, Oracle. Bullying grandmas is what we do. But to be fair, we threw the first match. We did the gentlemanly thing. We made sure that they had the win first. And then they were just an absolute... clip it. Oh. Out of context clip coming in. I think I'm playing KM worse for the first time. Really, Scotta? I play them, I wouldn't say frequently, but fairly often. I'd say maybe 5 to 10 times a season. Have you seen the decks he plays? Awesome. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Maybe I'm lying to myself about the wholesome thing. Maybe we're not wholesome at all. And then left side, were you able to get enough subs to do full time? We were. So the goal was 1,000, and due to some really big support, some really big generosity. We had General Sergeant who donated 100 subs to push us over the finish line, but it was a big group effort from everybody. We smashed it out really, really fast. And so since then, we actually had more support come in. We're over 500 over the sub goal. And I know that we won't retain that forever, but it was nice to see just all of that support come in. Pablo, you said, man, I love your streams, but if I hate Twitch ads, always the same. Oh, the Twitch ads, like, repeating. Yeah. Whenever I watch streams, especially the ones... so sometimes I pop into, like, some League streamers. Actually, unless it's Worlds, it's usually one specific League streamer. He has, like, a very calming... for such a, like, chaotic game. He has a really, like, calming personality or aura. And so, I think it's Broxah. Broxah. Very just like level keeled. But he's a bigger streamer, and so you get a lot of ads, and so it's like the same ad multiple times an hour. Back to needing one good game for top 50. Husky Puppies.
Hey, welcome.
I do enjoy streaming or watching Husky Puppies play Snap, but. And then Kongarix, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. That pushes us up to 3 for the day. Very much appreciate the support. I watched an entire YouTube video on Grandmaster Rock's deck this morning. Get out of here with wholesome. Okay, that's true. And the bad thing is I was running that at like 2 a.m. this morning. So we're probably lying to ourselves with the wholesome bit, I guess. All right, let's do this. That way we can drop Werewolf, our 1-cost cards or our free cards, along with Falcon again. It looked late. Yeah. So it was like I experimented around with the deck yesterday, and then once everyone went to sleep, and so my time it was probably around like 1 a.m. Scotty, your audio is like 10 seconds delayed. If you refresh, it should line back up, I think.
Snap.
We don't even need Black Swan this time because we have the Elysium. But what we do have is Werewolf, Sable, Rocket, Falcon, extra stuff. Just wanted to say that your Sarah Onslaught 3-drop deck is probably the best I've used this year. The loose, I think. That's actually I didn't create it. A player named Splat did, and Splat has just like this maniacal mind for some like off the wall, off meta deck builds. A lot of the ones that they create don't really pan out, but that's the second one of theirs that I've ran into in the recent past that was just like completely unlike anything that anyone else was running, and so it has a really big like surprise element, and so I'm glad that it's working out well for you. I love the late turn 3 drop one. Yeah, especially whenever it's like super popular or super common, I tend to like shy away from it because it is somewhat transparent when you know what that combo is going to be, and it's counterable. And actually right now probably wouldn't be awful for it because there's a lot of Cosmo, which is fine, but a lot of bounce stuff. It may not be a bad time to switch over to it. I named it TLSG Save Me as I was in a funk, and I had a good feeling that that'd get me out of it. Got me to infinite if I remember correctly. That's huge, silly nilly. Also, I like your name. Let's go Black Swan here. Getting a Shang-Chi could be good for Monster Island and just give us the win there. Catches everyone out as you don't play anything until the end. Yeah. So whenever it's like a surprise type of drop or surprise ender, so effective. Let's go ahead and do Werewolf. I don't think it really matters where. In the next turn, or no, we're gonna go ahead and do. We're gonna go ahead and do this. We're gonna lean into the Toxin play. We can always position Werewolf next turn, and it'll still scale quite a bit by the end of the game. I've been having a lot of fun with the Moving War. I do like the Moving War machine deck a lot. Now, you draw Beast. We could do this number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we wouldn't draw if we did that. In that case, I don't think we do that. Let's go with this for now. The mind games of playing Cosmo and Madam Web. That's one of my favorite plays with Madam Web, is the Cosmo, so that you can sometimes shift it out, sometimes leave it. I really enjoyed the like the mind games of the Cosmo move. Did it ever? Hold on. I wasn't even paying attention to where Werewolf would bounce. So left, he doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything right. Go ahead and lock that in. Actually, we probably should have snapped. If you do exclamation point and card Toxin, if you're wanting to see the text. If you're wanting to see the character's text, you can do card Toxin. That'll give you what you need. I just got robbed for 8 by Fartson. The Bob Snap into Rickety Bridge. Oof. Bob Snap and Rickety Bridge is treacherous. They do get a second wind pull down, so very scary. And now this is 8. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. it's going to be 13 on the hit monkey. We're gonna pull the werewolf over and oh no, oh man, I'm bad. Oh no, I forgot. We needed the space for werewolf to move. Oh gosh. Awful.
Hey man, I'm cook.
We just needed a demon in mid then. Or oh man. Wait. Hold up, maybe we're a genius? Oh no, we're not a genius. Never mind. We wouldn't have won regardless. Oof. Okay. That last turn play was pretty tricky from him. He's the genius. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... I kind of shy away from playing decks like this. Because some of the like movement pieces, there's so many like decisions to make that you can end up losing those games pretty easily by making like a poor decision. But to be fair, regular bounce, and I can't let the werewolf bounce around, so maybe he's onto something. Listen, you said fresh look. So I shaved. My daughter likes it whenever I'm like not clean shaven, but freshly shaven. Much better than having the beard. And since she's missing my wife, because my wife is still in Florida. And actually, we find out tomorrow how long she's going to be there. Since she's missing my wife, this is the longest she's been away from her since she was born. I figured I'd do something to kind of make her a little bit excited or happy. So next up, we have Lobster. We do get Project Pegasus, so I think we go ahead and play the Hit Monkey. Oh no. I guess we can't play all of them. We have next turn for the Falcon. That's fine. I guess TLSG is also is a good dad. It figures. I try my best. But hopefully, hopefully it's not like the card games where I have a wholesome personality but just evil on the inside. I don't think it is. But I don't know why we boosted up the Hit Monkey. This order. We should have boosted up like the core. But we do have Falcon, so we're going to pull them all back in. If we get Beast... If we get Beast at some point, we pull Hit Monkey back in, have just a huge resource to land on. But actually pulling Grandmas, that's true, Lord. It was
Hey,
clipped.
welcome. It took you long enough.
Silly Nilly, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 4 for the day. I'd also try my best, but my kids are 13 and 15. Oh yeah. I have my son is 13, and so I completely understand. Let's do Nico Hood. Get the demon, get the 2 extra card draw. It doesn't matter, that's in danger room. It's going to get destroyed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Silly Ninny. I don't know why. I think that's the second time I read it as Silly Nilly. My bad. It wasn't intentional. But yeah, I definitely know the pain, Pablo. We do get the toxin, which is good here. What if it was werewolf toxin? Are we ever afraid that they rip away limbo? I have 3 girls, age 2, 3, and 6. In 10 years, I'm hiding in my garage for a decade. Yeah. I'm trying to enjoy it now while she's still, like, thinks my bad jokes are funny. And is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. We'll be able to pull both of these back in. We won't draw next turn, but that's fine. I'm just trying to soak it in while she still finds my jokes and my humor funny. She enjoys being around me, because I know eventually it's going to be just like my son, where he has his own thing going on. That's all that he needs.
Iron Man.
So this looks and feels like a negative deck that missed negative. Korg is greater than Iceman for disruption. I think they're very similar. Korg has the benefit of disrupting or potentially stopping them from drawing a resource altogether. So, like, if it's a negative deck, for instance, drawing one dud can be devastating. And especially with Black Swan, Korg adds potential bad draws instead of the disruption that could be reduced down to 0 anyways. So I think they're very similar. I think most people lean towards Iceman. I just enjoy Korg. So it goes Korg. Maybe it's Sable, Rocket, Korg, Falcon, Black Swan activate. The only way we lose this one is if they have a Legion or a cheeky way to rip away Limbo. Then I think we're in trouble. Otherwise, I think we're good. It is a Mr. Negative deck that missed their Mr. Negative. Ooh, it's a Toxin negative deck. Interesting. So they picked up Ironheart. They picked up they picked up a rock,
Hey man,
and then picked up negative. Ooh, it's gonna be a big hit monkey. You're very, very brave, reverting back to your baby form. I could never think my wife would leave me. So Carver, that's the thing. My wife is in Florida right now, so by the time she gets back, it's gonna be fully grown. I'm assuming that I don't know. I don't know what they drew, but I'm assuming it was. I feel better if I assume it was a rock from our little Korg friend. Toxin Hawk is broken. Played it in 3 mats and earned 6. I feel like 8 cubes with Toxin Hawk would be less likely. So Hawk in general, whenever you send them just junk, I feel like you're less likely for the opponent to stay. I mean, you did get 3 8s back to back, which is huge. But I feel like it would happen more rarely than others. Wait, do we not have a... Oh no, we do have a gold split. It is a gold Korg. I don't know why I didn't think it was a gold Korg. That's a lot of Korg splits. I think we're gonna send one more, see if maybe we can get like a good crackle on it. No, we have other cards we'd rather get to gold. Never mind. We won't do that. We're just gonna jump into the next game. I remember listening to a podcast about how dad jokes most likely started. Something about human nature and kids will laugh at random goofy things. And dads will do anything to make their kids laugh. But as kids get older and change, dads never do. I could see that. See that. And then scrolling back up, you said, you know, it's a dad joke when the punchline is apparent. Yeah, I like a good wordplay joke. So a lot of you guys probably heard this one on the last one. One of my favorite like bad jokes that I tell every time I'm looking at someone's like new house, or we're looking for like a new like either apartment, or we go to somewhere new. When we're looking at them, you know, like looking around the house, super engaged, and like looking around, taking it all in. And then I like to drop the line of like look up the ceiling, point and say, no, not the best ceiling I've ever seen, but it's up there. It's the worst joke that is really not funny, but I tell it every single time. I enjoy it so much. Let's do Korg. Wait, they snapped on us, so I'm a little bit worried about the raft. So I don't think we're gonna full send the left lane right now. And then Distant Rain, love watching your videos. Glad I'm able to catch you live. I'm glad you're able to catch us live as well, Rain. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. We do have Prio here, so they can't stop us from doing Toxin. Won't draw next turn though. It's the only bad thing. It's such a high IQ joke. I don't know that it is, but I get a good chuckle about it. And I know that some of our friends didn't get it, and I don't correct them. Like, did you hear about the baker whose bakery burned down? His business was toast. That's kind of like the circus fire. It was intense. So let's see. Nico. Nico, Hood, Korg. Rocket. We're gonna draw into cards though, so maybe we don't want to bounce here, or maybe we don't want to do the Nico destroy. I don't know how we finish this one out. But yeah, copying the Hulk probably makes them leave. Yeah, I agree. Although, the Sable plus Hit Monkey is pretty big over there. I think you snap back. I was a little distracted, but I think we should probably snap back. You're probably right. That's more scary than one Hulk. Three Emperor Hulklings. Yeah, that's definitely scarier. Now, if they could have the Shang-Chi teched in, but so do we. Wow, Beast. Those are big sables. We're afraid of the sables. Iceman hits Falcon, that's fine. We didn't hit the do we go ahead and stack in the right lane as well? They have 4 sables, 2 monkeys. 4 sables, 2 monkeys. Oh, that is... Yeah. I wish we would have dropped Prio. Would Beast in the left have done it? To drop Prio so we could angle for a Shang-Chi? Would have, yeah. The only reason we would Hulkling right, like we're thinking, is they have 2 monkeys. They probably stack their 2 together. Bounce stuff is too much math for me? Yeah. This is probably a loss, right? And Marvel Snap. This is our teachers tricking us into doing math. Okay, dodged one. Huge. Huge. It was the most stressful 8, I think. Oh my god. Whew. Take it. I want to do the sweat emote, but I don't want to rub it in. I guess we could have also won left if we stacked the two together. So the Hulkling with the Hitmonkey would have been an extra, like, what, 17? Close either way. Where's the 4th Sable? I'm guessing their hand was full. So I'm guessing they didn't get to pull in the 4th. I just randomly throw the beast emote, win or lose. At least you're consistent. On the YouTube side, sorry, I missed it. Horror Story, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Jared, hi TLSG, hope you're doing well today. We are. We're back to I think climbing a little bit, and we're enjoying a little bit of werewolf toxin. I think this definitely feels like the better direction for me. Right now we're 12-9, which at 16 games in we were 50%. So we've went on a little bit of a tear since then. But it is time for a quick set of ads. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Hope I find. You said hello TLSG. Hope I find you fine. Before and after, Will. I hope you find me fine as well. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're gonna be right back. We're gonna do a minute and a half, and then we'll be back at it. TLSP. All right, let's jump into another one. Are you Symbiote Spider-Man, win or lose? Players when throwing up your arms. I do enjoy the Symbiote Spider-Man one. I think that's a good one. Like some of the season pass ones, like I don't ever see a really good use for like this one. It's kind of like an exasperated thing, but I don't ever use this one. But this one, it just seems. It seems fun either way. Skada, congratulations. You hit top 50. Next up we have Rachafra. Rachafra? First location is Krakoa. I'm not even going to throw Rocket this turn. Now you must get to top 100. We'll slowly work our way there. I think there's a good chance that we make it eventually. But we'll see. Rocket Krakoa, send it. You would have got the 4-power Shang-Chi. 2 keys spent, no toxin. Kevlar. So this week I went the token route. I didn't use any keys because I knew that I was going to go token.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
Still recovering from our last ego loss. But this one, we're not going to get hit with Cerebro 3. We're all good. 2 egos in an hour? Yeah, 2 egos in an hour is crazy. Usually I'll see it like once every few days. I haven't seen ego in months. Yeah. C5? Oh, they broke C5. Got the spotlight variant for Toxin and 1 key. Ooh, nice, Leo. It always scares me having Falcon towards the end of the game here. Big Jessica Jones. Korg fan club. I enjoy Korg so much. I know that Iceman is probably like statistically better. Okay. Shang-Chi actually hits here. What are the chances of that? We know that they're gonna throw Toxin somewhere and absolutely ruin one of our lanes next turn, but Ego is cooking for sure. Ego knows. Ego knew what to expect.
Power must be controlled.
Taking no prisoners. Wait, we got a copy of Ego? I'm worried about Toxin. Not great. Not good at all. Wait. You gotta trust in the ego.
I am Iron
We can do it. Huge. Ego knew that we were losing that lane anyways. It said, let's go. Never doubted. Shout out to Ego. So it feels good to be on the flip side of one of those. 50% of the time, it works every time. Horror Story, you pulled Toxin in 1? Always exciting. Ego played Toxin for style points. It did. It was just flashing or flaring on him. All right, let's go ahead and go Hood. Turn 2 is probably Black Swan. And I think we lock Black Swan into the left lane. Character that isn't in Snap, would you like to see brought in? I don't know. They've done a good job of bringing in a lot of the common characters. So I don't know really. Marmon, you said Darwin? I'm actually not familiar with Darwin from X-Men. Wait, what? Not sure what that play is or what it accomplishes. I'm guessing maybe low collection level. But since they have the Iron Fist, I assume they're moving a card. I'm going to stack in the right lane. Next turn, we Toxin the right lane. We get the free Raft resource. Then we pull those resources back in as well. Darwin, his ability basically is to adapt to anything. That would be, I think, that would be so difficult to code in, right? Or like so difficult to like create a card around. But I'd be interested to see what they do with it. He was in X-Men First Class. I watched X-Men First Class, but
Victory.
take the 2. But I didn't have a good back knowledge of like the X-Men characters prior to it. Wait, is he the one that exploded? That only lasted like first. And then S-Spy. I'm gonna paste your message through Spy. Is that the one that the guy put like the energy in his mouth and then he like exploded? Because if so, then yeah, they definitely. Oh, it is okay. Wait, that was Shaw. I didn't realize that was Shaw. But yeah, they didn't. They did him dirty. They did him very dirty then. And so that's why he didn't stand out to me. Was because his character was killed off like so early on. Like they built him up to be really big, and then he just kind of died. That was the Hellfire Club. So it's, as I'm getting more acquainted with like the locations and things like that, going back and rewatching the movies has been really exciting. Because then I can like make the connection between the character or the locations that I'm seeing to like what's in game. So it's been really fun to like rewatch some of the older stuff. That one had Banshee in it, right? As well. And Banshee was... I'm not sure if they built up Banshee well either.
Hey man, I'm cool. I found a rock.
Half of the hero movies seem like it's done by people who don't really know them. Yeah. As sad as that is. This looks really fun. I've been really enjoying the werewolf in it, or like maybe not werewolf every game, but I feel like it gives you a good like alternate line to like Hitmonkey or needing Hitmonkey every time. I watched Castlevania the other day and saw my favorite Marvel character Dracula in it. It is very exciting. Could just win the right lane, yeah?
Oh, snap.
Okay. Be fine. Ooh, wait. This is the Phoenix Force version. So they could potentially win Sanctum Saint. Oh, we might be cooked.
Opponent snapped.
Because they throw down a Misery here. Re-trigger White Widow to re-trigger Black Widow. Yeah, so Misery, no surprise, but Wait, is Widow's Kiss not going to destroy here? Okay, there we go. So the Phoenix Force, yeah, the Phoenix Force is what we're worried about.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I think it kind of is a risk that we're going to have to take. Ordinary Harry with the massive raid, getting us back from the couple that we sent you. I think this is probably as big as the 2 that we sent you combined. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic, or hopefully you had a fantastic raid or stream. My goodness. Hopefully you had a great stream. How did Toxin do for you? I was hanging out in your stream yesterday. Yesterday towards the end when we were running some of the off-meta stuff. But I didn't get a chance to check out this morning's too much.
Hey man, I'm cool.
And then to everybody that jumped in, if you don't know Ordinary Harry, fantastic streamer, has been doing some really good stuff for Marvel Snap for a very long time. He's definitely one of the seasoned people that I turn to. But let's give you a shout out. And so, if you're unfamiliar, if you haven't checked out his stuff, make sure to hit the heart button so that next time he goes live, you can check him out. He's one of the people that I think does a really good job of covering a really good variety of the different decks, and he hits a time slot that I think is not like saturated as well. A great day. I need to go touch some grass. I appreciate it, Harry. Hopefully you have a good one, and then hopefully we catch you again sometime soon. Touching grass is overrated. It's been a while since we have touched grass. Wait. Oh, the Widow's Kiss came back down. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for us to win this one. We could do that. Widow's Kiss gets destroyed, but if they have a Falcon, then they win right. We can't really do anything for the rest of them. EG said, now this is what I'm talking about. About the deck. The deck has been doing pretty well for us. This one, that's not a good showcasing. But I do like the werewolf as the like offshoot of Hitmonkey. So like some games you're going to be able to lean into the werewolf, sometimes Hitmonkey, sometimes both. But at least it's like the redundancy piece. It's similar to having all 3 bounce mechanics. We can Shang-Chi. We could Shang-Chi the Hawk, couldn't we? We weren't able to play right. Any reason for no Sage? I felt like with Sage, I wanted to, with 3 bounce levers or triggers, I found that I wanted to lean more heavily into like an early Toxin, an early Falcon, along with our 1 costs. And so it felt like I was less often dropping Sage and then bouncing it back in. Sometimes last turn Sage would be good, but we opted for the werewolf instead. Won't we win the tiebreaker? We might have. We could have done Beast left, Shang-Chi mid. So maybe I hastily retreated from that one. I made a version when Fastos came out with Thor, Beta, and Jane. Before and after the Black Swan rework. Did Fastos work well for you in that one? I feel like the only like true place that I felt like Fastos worked well for me was in Thanos. And Thanos isn't like super strong right now, so it wasn't fantastic there either. But it felt like the best of the worst, I guess. Does with 1-drops. I think my biggest issue with Fastos is that you don't know which end it's going to hit. So like the 1-drops, you don't know if it's going to bring them down to 0 or just give you a little bit of extra power. And then Carne with the posture check. I think I did it, but I forgot to call it out. These are definitely locations of all time. Guess let's do this. For the best. Hope for the best. They with the Nico, they could at the end of the game have a location change spell, which is kind of scary. Hood mid for extra demon. Good. We could do hood mid. That way we eventually maybe can land something in Luke's bar. We did this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if we had the demon, we probably could have made Falcon stick. Yeah. We shouldn't have sacrificed the demon. This is a bad play on our end. Yeah, without a generator, we can't overload the hand. The only way that we can do it would be next turn if we skip here into just Falcon, but then we can't get anything to the right. So our backup line becomes just, like, do as much as we can. But unless we can scale past what they can do. Nico could move something right, but it bounces back in with Luke's bar. Could I perhaps show you the list and get your thoughts on it? Good. Are you in my Discord by chance? So unless they get the location change spell from Nico. Might be okay. We should have activated Black Swan. I don't know. I can just for the giggles. Ooh, we get the location change from Nico. I was thinking on their end, but yeah, we do have initiative, so if they throw heavily into Altar of Death, scary. Didn't activate? Yeah, we didn't activate. But we do get the retreat from Kirby. I think as long as they didn't have the location change spell, I think they always leave there. Yeah, otherwise Wolf wins with pure power as long as they didn't have like a Shadow King or a Shang-Chi to snipe it out. On the YouTube side said I too got Toxin and won. The last card I pulled with keys was 4. It wasn't this week, it was last week. So Scorn I used 4 keys on. But this week I had enough tokens that I just spent them instead. Let's start with an early Korg. I know that the Korg could be Iceman, but depending on what you're facing, I feel like Korg has some different strengths. So like against Black Swan, drawing a dud rock versus getting a potential increase in cost on like their rocket that still becomes free last turn anyways. I kind of enjoy doing this direction. 4 keys for Toxin. Felt bad. Only had 4 and didn't have enough tokens. I think Toxin is probably worth 4 if you like bounce at all. So we can go Falcon here, or we go Hood. Go ahead and set up the Hood. Getting a couple of Hoods down into a couple of Demons mid ends up being a lot of power swinging back in our favor. The next time it's going to be 2. Maybe even better. Maybe it's 1 next time. Ah, we they stack mid. We missed the rocket trigger. Got many bad matchups. I'm afraid of playing bounce this week. I haven't ran into too many matchups that are just awful. It does kind of struggle against the Agent Venom Claw Iron Man deck. But otherwise, we haven't had any decks or any matchups that just feel like unwinnable. Without Black Swan, our last turn play becomes really scary. We could always save the beast, do it next turn. Beast next turn, that way we can flood the 1-cost cards, hit Monkey, and then whatever else we need to. Mobius Sandman Cosmo. Mobius Sandman Cosmo, yeah, would definitely be bad. Demon mid. We're gonna have 2 other demons to play. That'll both go mid. Yeah, the Sandman combo would be bad. Mobius would be the only way to block like the Black Swan, but Sandman I think would be pretty disruptive. Yeah, I know the mid location buffs, Demon. But we have 2 that we're gonna be able to throw there on the last turn. I guess we just have 1. We have 1 extra that we're gonna be able to throw there last turn. They have their rocket. I think we'll lock this in. That makes sense. But today I learned that Hitmonkey gets all his procs even without priority against Galactus. Also won 8 cubes off a low collection level Toxin motor. For science, of course. Of course, for science, Vosh. Oh no, that's a lot of power in mid. Yeah. We needed to go hit Monkey mid, have a shot. Because otherwise we don't beat how many demons they had. I thought they had 2, not 3. If you wanted to get my opinion on the deck. Yeah, the Discord is going to be the best place to be able to reach me.
Hey, I found a rock.
Couldn't have won the left though. It would have came down to a point difference anyways. That was the demon diff. It got turned into a demon, that's true. $50 PayPal? No, my opinion's not worth that much. Actually, ads are about to run. We're gonna do a minute and a half so that they don't happen during the middle of gameplay. And then we'll be back. We'll jump back in with a bit more of this, and I'll play it a little bit better. I think I got nervous seeing so many of you new faces, but I am glad that you're here. We'll play it a bit better. Overall, we've had okay stats with it. I haven't had phenomenal luck with Toxin early. I think because it's right now it's such a known deck that people are going to be running that there's a lot of counters to it. But we are holding a 58% win rate. Pretty bad cube rate, but I lost a couple of big ones just from not retreating effectively or when we should. But we're still winning quite a few games. Said the Hooder demon needs a nerf. I don't think you said a nerf. I don't know that it does. We have a lot of ways to offset it. But but you have to have like a deck that is set up to really deal with the negative downside of that -3. Otherwise, it's a 2/3 if you don't have a way to like deal with it. Imagine Old Sandman. If this was Old Sandman would be everywhere. Guaranteed. Next up, we have Pixel Guy. We actually got 8 Pixel Guy a little bit earlier. And it was a very close game. And then Verla won with the Hydrate Reminder. And Lord D's with the Hydrate Reminder as well. I think I missed yours. But they're back to reclaim their 8 that they lost earlier. Whoa, way too clean shaven. So I did it for my daughter. So my daughter's missing my wife. My wife is in Florida, for those of you that don't know. My wife is currently in Florida helping those that were impacted with the hurricane. And so my daughter has never been away from her for more than like 4 days at max. And so she's having kind of a rough time with it. And so she likes whenever I'm clean shaven, my daughter. So I decided to go ahead and lean into it because I want to do everything I can to make that gap time a little bit easier for her. So they lost Hitmonkey, which is such a big loss for them. I don't want to skip here. I would do Werewolf, but it's off curve. Otherwise, we're doing like Rocket Falcon, which doesn't feel great. W Dad, thank you guys. I try my best. There are days where I go to sleep and think, man, I should have done better. But I think that's probably any parent, because there's some days where just either things get under your skin or you're a little bit shorter than you need to be. But I do try my best.
Opponent snap.
So since they have Toxin that they can use again, pretty scary, pretty fast. Yeah, I think we give them the 1. Our board didn't develop like it needed to. The only maybe bit of benefit is that we have Shang-Chi that maybe could surprise them. I think that's the only way that we win here. And even that, I think, is probably risky. If we do this, we're stacked into the far left lane, so we're likely to drop Prio. And then we have the 1, 2, plus the 4 cost, and we have Werewolf that's bouncing around. It's gonna be a big Toxin mid. That Iceman is rough. The Toxin mid should get above that 10 power range, I think. Right at the 10 power range. We're only able to do either the Nico or the Sable, along with our Shang-Chi next turn. We just have to hope that the tech of Shang-Chi is a big enough surprise that we can win off of the Werewolf. only works if they don't drop anything mid. And even then, it may not be perfect. So the Nico Rocket, huge. Demon Sage.
Power must be controlled.
Beautiful. Exactly as written. Werewolf should bounce over. I think that puts us over. Yeah, that puts us way over. We'll take the 4. The Shang-Chi has not came in super handy, but because it is so rarely useful, it's kind of that surprise element. Very, very close. Sable first, in my opinion. I take it back. GG. Leave Pixel Guy alone. I need to. I didn't snap that one. He did. And honestly, we got lucky on the like finesse of the end of that. Power was absolutely controlled. Yeah, let's jump into the next one. I feel like we owe or are due for a big loss against Pixel Guy soon. That poor guy. Next up we have Butt. Butt is one of those guys that always runs some like off the wall, off meta, but very cohesive list. So always a bit scary. Is it ever beneficial to bounce the Toxin or copy the Toxin? We have a couple of Toxins to lean into. I don't know. We'll see. I think that's the direction that we're going to go, is we copy up on the Toxin, and then we can just kind of continue playing him. Ooh, and then Shuri's Lab is also kind of nice. Doubling up on the stuff that we pull back in.
Oh, snap.
Hey, TLSG, have you tested Toxin on any other version of Bounce? So yesterday's stream, I did a handful of like either just regular Bounce, Bishop Bounce. Werewolf was the one that I've enjoyed the most. But I think he does good in a lot of different shells. I even tried a Living Tribunal, like Dagger, Human Torch move deck that ran Beast and Bounce to be able to get like a big Ender. And thought it did okay, but didn't absolutely love it. Copy the Black Swan, reduce your 1 costs to 0 twice. I mean, that's value. That's value. Why do so many people hate Arsham? I don't mind Arsham. The only time I had an issue with Arsham was when it was ran so commonly that it was like 60% of the games you went into or more, at least what it felt like, was Arsham. At that point, definitely was unfun to play against. Outside of that, I don't have an issue with it. I doubt that the rocket triggers here. Or we wouldn't draw if we do this. Maybe we leave the rocket down. We have the Shang-Chi lined up for the left lane as long as they don't get like a good Cosmo down. Misery, interesting. Everywhere in Conquest. If I see Arsham or if I know that I'm gonna likely face into it, typically I switch to like a Hawk deck or Cassandra Nova, and that really hamstrings them very quickly. Do we need to draw? Do this. We have Shang-Chi left. I guess we may not want to do this last bounce. Might want to do something like... Oh, that pulls over into left anyways. I think we're gonna do this with the Ooh, is this a Galactus?
Kneel before Galactus.
It is a Galactus. Galactus Misery. Miserable for us. Do we think it's null? If it's Eliath that goes to 16, they beat us. Otherwise, we have a shot. No, we don't beat Eliath. Is the issue, Cho? We're gonna find out. The curiosity is gonna cannonball. Wait, no, that's not fine. We don't beat a cannonball play either. With the spicy M'Baku, interesting. So even if we had done Hit Monkey, I wouldn't have done it. Baku from the top rope. I guess it's kind of a cool way. With Blink, you can rotate it back in. Man. Said M'Baku, they deserve that win. We'll give them that one. We'll give credit where credit is due. But always cooks. I forgot for a minute that we were facing up against Butt. Alright, let's go Sable. I'm going to go Korg as our first drop. I want as many turns as possible for them to potentially draw into a dud. What deck should I use to get infinite? I think there's actually a decent or fair amount of decks that would be decent at reaching infinite right now. I could do Sable, Nico, but then the next card we play would get destroyed. Otherwise, go a Black Swan, but we would have to do it in the right lane, which would make doing a Toxin kind of not great. So yeah, depending on, I guess, what your collection level is. The double up. We skip here, don't we? Nico doesn't get doubled up if Falcon pulls her in right after her on reveal, right? I feel like it's only the +2 that it happens on. Otherwise, we could do double Nico into double Falcon, pull them back in. But I think we would need like one card in the intermediary. Doesn't she double? Next time player? I don't think so. We're just gonna skip here. They gave us a ghost, and so now it comes down to the power output if we have prio or not. And so seeing that, we're a little bit afraid of what, Killmonger, Shadow King. Double Gwynpool is scary.
Opponent snapped.
Doing this, we won't draw, so no potential Shang-Chi. No potential Hitmonkey either. Get the 7 and the 5 power Sable, so 9 and 7. That's it. And I don't know that that's enough to match against the double Gwynpool. Could go Korg, double that up. 3, 4, 5, 6. Then maybe just hold the rest. Maybe we go Beast to get a little bit more power than the Falcon. Or we could go Werewolf. Werewolf does get pretty clunky with this, though. Iceman is greater than Korg? It depends. Oh, yeah. The Rogue is why we have the snap. Iceman has some advantages.
Hey man, I'm cool.
Korg, I think, is good if you're seeing a lot of like Black Swan, if you're seeing a lot of other things that don't necessarily like Black Swan is going to override the Iceman bonus anyways. And so I like Korg as a way to completely disrupt that draw potential. So drawing a rock against another bounce deck can help you in that mirror match. I think significantly more than a potential Iceman. But I think on paper, Iceman is probably better. Without Ghost, we're gonna retreat here. We don't have another like big scaler other than like our 1 costs, and they have the double Gwynpool. So we're gonna jet. They could have what, like a Shaw and a Surfer. Shaw Surfer, Killmonger Surfer. I think we give it to him. And then Packers for Life, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. And then Rio on the YouTube side, welcome in as well. Hopefully you guys both are doing well. Glad that you're here. Do this one pretty easily.
Epic.
4 cost card we can do, but it takes some time. The bully deck though. Let's switch over to a little bit of the deck that we used on today's YouTube video. We're gonna do Bully Hawk. I like this one because it has very consistent disruption that is just going to make their draws super inconsistent. Crypon, you said I had a 20 power Shaw in my hand? Goodness. 20 power Shaw is diabolical work indeed. I was thinking maybe if we had the copycat, we could potentially draw into like a Shang-Chi. We could potentially position our 1 cost later, but no. We couldn't deal with a 20 power double Shaw. No chance that we could even start to match into it. Altar of Death is kind of unfortunate for like the Black Widow stuff. You like the Hawk Misery deck? I think it's yes and no. I think that deck is really fun to play, but I think the cube rate of it is relatively low. Like it's hard to play that in Climb because it's really tough to gauge. Really tough to gauge what the opponent's output is going to be for that range, because you don't know if your disruption actually got through and stopped them from drawing their pieces, and so it's hard for me to like snap into it effectively. TLSG is the good guy bully. We are the good guy bully. I don't know why I like such oppressive decks, but I do. We can hope for eventually a Nico location change. Well, we have the Hawk for the right, which with an Irania movement deck, unless it's a like Legion, Storm, War Machine, Crimson Cosmos should be very winnable. Just Kelly is like, hey, you forgot your monkey. Did. Okay, so it is the Storm stuff.
Aid my hand.
The only bad thing here is that we fall to War Machine Legion. I guess that's not the only bad thing. One of the bad things.
Opponent snapped.
We'll give him the one. With the moving War Machine deck, the Storm, War Machine Legion stuff, usually you're safer giving them the one than making them show it. If they're consistently just getting one when they actually get the combo down, it's much less effective than sometimes getting the 2s and 4s. When you're really nice, you have to get that evil out sometime. Choosing Toxic Snap decks is a safe and healthy way to do it. I don't know why I gravitate towards them. In card games, I've always enjoyed like control-heavy builds that can really just disrupt what the opponent wants to do. So like Yu-Gi-Oh! I used a Gravity Bind build where you can't play or you can't attack with cards that are more than like a 2 cost or 3 cost or something wild. And that was one of my favorite builds or favorite decks at the time that I played Yu-Gi-Oh! In Hearthstone, it was a lot of like Control Warrior. I also liked the Miracle Rogue stuff. I thought that one was pretty fun, but a lot of times it was like Control Warrior or Druid. The Druid ramp stuff was pretty oppressive too. But I always gravitate towards stuff that can like really stop the opponent from doing what they want to do. I don't have to win, you just have to lose. Yeah. Wallet Warrior. Yeah, the Wallet Warrior. I think if it's been a while since I played, but Control Warrior is a pretty expensive deck, right? It's armor up, armor up. Yeah, and honestly, that's probably one of the reasons I stopped playing Hearthstone, was because those matches last 1,000 years, and it just becomes not very fun to play 40-minute matches almost every time you queue up. Because I was thinking I could just play like League of Legends or something else if the games are going to take that long. For a card game, I want to be able to jump in, kind of play something quick, and jump out. So that's why Marvel Snap really had that like big allure or draw. Aggro mid-range shaman player, discard player now. I always liked the idea of like the Evo shaman stuff, or even like the mid-range shaman, but I was never very good at the shaman builds, even whenever it was like super strong. Pablo, you said we're pretty similar. It is because of, as parents, we want to be able to control things, make our lives less of a mess. Might not be wrong. So, Iron Man getting hit by Agent Venom is huge. Is it better than the Hawk? Hawk is going to be 9 power. So it brings us up to 14. This brings us up to 18. I think we lean in with Iron Man and hope for the best. I do like Slay the Spire. Yeah, once you have like a perfect run, then kind of makes that character boring, or that follow-up boring, but... So big collector in the left lane.
I am Iron Man.
Mystique has been going through it. She's at 5 cost now. Otherwise, we could like Mystique, Black Widow. Can they beat 9? Or they can probably beat 11, right? We're gonna make them show it though. Did you just downloaded Slay the Spire last month? Slay the Spire is a fantastic game. Oh, they got us. Nico strikes again. I think they would have had us mid anyways, like had Demon just stayed mid. But the losing in the vault was just the flare on top. How can I snap and spire? 2 screens. But it is time for a quick set of ads so that we can keep the pre-rolls disabled. So we're going to run to a minute and a half. I'm not going anywhere, but we will jump into some games around the 30-minute mark, or 30-second mark of the ads. So we can queue back up and no one misses anything. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And then Maurice said, hi TLSG, which card could I replace Grandmaster with? Grandmaster is... Grandmaster's really tricky here. You could go like something like Toxin, but then you're slowing a turn down to get the extra disrupt. So it really disrupts your like your Hawk or your potential Absorbing Man retrigger. But I think the closest thing would probably be like the Toxin direction. And work and heckle TLSG? Okay, Vosh. I take your point. You're just one man. You can only do so much. Wait, did you say Slay the Spire is free? Because I paid like... So the reason I don't have it on my phone was because I... Oh, Zoom, you may not be able to hear me. I'll ask again in a second. What's your least favorite archetype to face? Right now, the Agent Venom stuff. It's so flexible that it's almost frustratingly flexible.
Hey man, I'm cool.
We have another like 15 seconds, and so I'll slow play the second turn, and then I'll ask Real Zoom if they were talking about Slay the Spire being free. Oh, Zoom, he said might have got some things confused. Okay. So I bought... The reason I don't play Slay the Spire on my phone is I bought it for...
Oh, snap.
I bought it for Steam, and then it later had the mobile adaptation. I don't want to rebuy the game entirely all again. It's free on PlayStation once. Actually, I don't know if I still have PlayStation Plus. I shouldn't. I don't log on anymore. I might be still paying the yearly sub rate. If they cross save, yeah, but they don't. So they start off with Grandmaster mid. Okay, we have the potential for like the Black Widow, but I think we go Agent Venom. We're going to draw additional cards from playing the Jin. That gives us 2, and then Agent Venom creates a Jin. We still have room to draw one. And next turn we'll have the 2 extra energy, so we can start leaning into like the Black Widow stuff. Agent Venom probably going to 3/3. Agent Venom is very effective. Like almost frustratingly effective. Okay, so Thor with Prio, we can stop them from potentially drawing into those resources. I think it becomes like Rock Slide, Black Widow. Do we even do the Jin? I feel like the Jin is going to be overkill here. If we Jin to the right. Jin to the left. But I don't think we do. Nah, I'm just kidding. We do it. Yeah. I want to play Widow last. That's why we were angling for the Rock Slide first. I was just trying to decide what we did with Jin in the meantime. And then Urko, we are having a good day. We had a massive raid from Ordinary Harry to kick off the stream in such a huge way, and so we're having a really good one, and we're doing decently with our climb. Well, so Beta Ray, we want to hit them again with Black Widow, but if they get Jane Foster down, they will be able to draw both
Opponent snap.
because we don't have priority. We needed the Jin in mid, I suppose. So instead of Absorbing Man, we're going to go Grandmaster. I don't think it's going to do anything for us, but I couldn't sleep with myself. I couldn't sleep at night if I didn't try. But just in case they don't go Jane Foster here, I think their hand is going to be full. But a Hawk, Mystique, Sable last turn might be okay. Said, my guy, you're only 400 viewers behind Hoagland. That was largely due to a big raid from Ordinary Harry, who ended his stream. I think he sent like 1,100 people our way. And so, yeah, definitely huge. Doing anywhere close to Jeff's numbers or being able to like hold anywhere close to that is wild stuff. They do get the Jane Foster down. They aren't, however, going to draw an additional card. So unless they already had like an Odin, kind of scary stuff with how high they could potentially roll here. Support any streamer. I appreciate you being here, Ace. And then unstable Raziel with the fist raised. I don't see very much Harry emotes, but I do like the ones that I do see. So if they double... So if they hit the Stormbreaker twice, it goes to 12 and then 24. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not awful. This is a 16 power play in the left lane. It would break their 5 power bonus. Or we could just play it mid instead and defend against the double Mjolnir trigger. Because 2 Mjolnir triggers would bring them up to 10, 16. Or bring them up by 12. And then Rain, you said, I'm new to Snap and see all these decks and cards. I feel like it would take forever to get a decent deck. It can take a while. The biggest thing is try not to fall into like
Power must be controlled.
the biggest thing is to try not to fall into the FOMO of feeling like you need to have all the cards, because you can make decent decks without like all of the bells and whistles. So like one of the easiest decks that has been consistently the same 11 or 12 cards for like 2 years is Destroy. So within pool 1 or 2, you start with like Zoo. Zoo decks are pretty easy to build out. You could even upgrade it with like a Gilgamesh, Marvel Boy, as you start getting access to Series 5. But early on, you don't need it. And then as you're making the transition, depending on what card you pull, Destroy is usually a pretty easy direction to go. Once you get like Deadpool, Null, Death, you can make a pretty cohesive Destroy deck pretty fast. And once you get all of the like 11 or 12 of that, that deck has been a decent performer for the last like 2 years. So it's changed. Okay, maybe not 2 years. The last like 1 year, it's the deck itself hasn't really changed much. Still missing Null. Yeah, Null rotates in often enough in the Spotlight caches that you should be able to pull it without, I guess, soon enough. It shouldn't take too long to be able to pull. Gonna take your sister to work. Happy to catch some of the stream. Thank you so much, Lord Diz, for hanging out. Hopefully, traffic is. Hopefully, all of the lights turn green for you on the way. And hopefully, we catch you again on another one soon. But yeah, you can hit infinite with just like an Odin on reveal if you're patient enough. Yep, just what? Yeah, hopefully it's we see you in one long, not because we don't want it to be too long. Is this your highest viewership? No. Drops do some crazy thing for numbers. The highest that I've been was actually on the, I want to say the 18th, the overnight on the 18th. I hit a peak of like 3,000. And then last drops, I had a couple of streams where I maintained around a 1,400 viewership for the entire stream, which was around 11 hours. Drops do absolutely wild things for stream numbers. This is very, very good for the numbers though. I honestly, anything around like the 600 range, I'm happy with. So doubling that is even better. We could go Black Widow so they couldn't draw. They do have the follow-up Sage, but I'm hoping that we've disrupted them enough. The rocks that maybe it's okay. If we do this, Cassandra would be 9, but we're really taking out our potential like in-game plays. We could always do Hawk, hope for Mystique. If not, we have the backup line of like Cassandra Korg. Sable is replaceable with Ham. Yeah, you could replace it with Ham. Sable is decent because it negatively flicks them, and then if you end up needing to hit it with Grandmaster, you can. It scales decently there. But I'd say it could be replaceable. I think there's a good chance that they have us here. But they also have, it's also a lot of power that they're having to keep up with. Pork first. Oof. Thank you. I always misorder that one. It's the simplest of pathing, but I always misorder the Cassandra Nova. And then Turnip Blue said you deserve the best. Keep being you. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you so much, Turnip Blue. I couldn't be anything else other than myself. So Nico, ooh, Sage. Sage popping to the right. Crazy. Do they beat us with the monkey left? No, but they beat us with the Sage left. Had we had Mystique for that last turn, we could have Mystiqued the Hawk. That would have been better. But for having as much disruption that shuffled in, they made a really good line of it with their Sages. Did anyone grab that $100 Galactus? I'm sure several people did. On my end, I haven't even grabbed the web shop exclusive, which is one of the like best value bundles we've had in a very, very long time. It's $3 for about $15 worth of credits, and you get an Iron Man variant, which is nice. And then Nad said, thinks I'm a returning player with not many new cards. Just grab Nova from the shop. Cassandra Nova? Cassandra Nova is a pretty solid one, especially if you find that you're facing Arsham. She's a fairly like consistent or flexible, good value card. And then Dreniumrev? Butchered that, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the 3rd month. You said dropping the day job might seem crazy, but I'm glad that you're chasing your dream. It feels irresponsible. I'm being honest with you. It feels like it's just a very risky and irresponsible decision. But it was something that was weighted and measured before making that leap. So I wouldn't do it if I didn't think we had a very good chance of being able to hold our own for a while. World ship. I mean, not the worst location. Oof. Probably one of the best locations. Black Widow, Absorbing Man, into like Iron Man, maybe Mystique. They're only going to be able to draw like, what, one more time? Or no more times. Play a lot of Tech Surfer and Hawk. Yeah. So if you play a lot of Hawk, then Cassandra definitely fits into that one. And then Tech Surfer is a good home for it too. What are the rate for world ships? Yeah, it's one of the... I think it's in the rarest category. And within the last 2 hours, I've had 2 egos and then 1 world ship, which is... does not happen very often. And then Samuel, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. If I were to spend money on the game, what is the most worthwhile to get better cards? So the best value that you can get is the season pass. The initial season pass is always the highest like return for your money. Outside of that, the monthly gold pass gives you about $15 worth of gold, which you can convert into credits, but it takes 30 days to get all of them. And then those are the 2 that are the most worthwhile. After that, you kind of look out for good value bundles, but if you're just like a light spender, season pass each month gets you like the maximum progress that you can get for relatively cheap. And then JJ, how many channel points do I need for you to try out my deck? I don't have a channel point redemption for trying out a deck, at least not yet. Just because it kind of... I think certain days I'll eventually gravitate towards doing like deck recommendations, but at least right now, sometimes feels like it takes away from like what we're wanting to or trying to play. And then Goslow caught me sitting like an absolute goblin. I was hunched over. I do really like this Misery variant. It's a shame that she's not that I don't think I'll play her much, but it is a fantastic variant. So last time we saw Psylocke Misery. Oh wait, this is Butt. Butt was running the Galactus deck. The last card that they played was Misery. We have to look out for Blink. 3. We can stop a potential Galactus by playing Agent Venom, or I think better yet, we play Rock Slide. But if you shoot me a message in Discord, most of the time I check out. Oh, okay, with the Widows. Oh no.
Kneel before Galactus.
We got out positioned with our own Widow's Bite, unfortunately. But what is their ending lines? Hawk, Mystique, or Iron Man if we're afraid of the Shang-Chi. Widow's Bite into Galactus is wild. It is wild. Do you have Iron Man first? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That way we're below Shang-Chi range.
I am.
Always the Eliath? Well, if it's the Eliath, we can beat that with just this. Not even $100 Galactus. I feel like if you're running Galactus in this economy, full send with the $100 Galactus. I like that better than Hawk? Yeah. Yeah, it keeps us below Shang-Chi. Ooh, wait. We have priority.
I am.
Keeps us below Shang-Chi range, but we fall to Enchantress. Oh, no way. beat the,
Victory.
we beat the double power null. Whew. You might even say null way. So the Iron Man was definitely the play versus the Hawk. I'm glad we went that direction. Goodness. We got our 4 back. 144 to 105. Delete your account. All right, yeah, that tracks. we have to shut down. We're calling it quits. And then Samuel on the YouTube side, how's it going? Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Is that okay, everyone? And with that fun, we've hit peak TLSG. Feeling much better today compared to how I was feeling yesterday. Pixel Guy is due for like
Hey man, I'm cool.
a big win against us. One Enchantress would have been the end. Yoshi's micrometa of Roram and Butt sounds terrible. Wait, is Pixel Guy Roram? I didn't realize that that's who it was. But yeah, we're in an awful micrometa for sure. We need to break out of it. I didn't realize I guess I didn't make the connection that it was Roram. Oh no, that Iceman is diabolical here. Because we wanted to do Black Widow. We lost our Rock Slide, so we don't have that for 3. Good damn, I figured I was dead to Hawk or Mystique, but I had to see it. I was a little bit afraid of Shang-Chi, which is why we went with the Iron Man route. But my goodness, the outplay with the Widow's Bite into the Blink, because I was anticipating the Galactus the second time around, but I was anticipating the Galactus, but you found a way to get it into mid anyways. So Iceman bringing us through it right now. Since we destroyed the Black Widow, Absorbing Man doesn't do what we need it to. Our best bet is like this. It's not great. Since you pulled a 3 or 4. Also, location made you almost for sure to go over 6, right? Yeah, because if you did a 3 or 4, yeah. Yeah, I just forgot that you could potentially gamble on the free 0 cost. We always lose this one. I'm gonna let this one play out though, because we do owe Roram a few cubes.
I am.
Unless they just severely misplay the right lane. Fine. Have you played Toxin at all? Yeah, I played Toxin at the start of this stream. Wait. Ah, hit monkey. Okay. I played Toxin at the start of the stream. I played it a little bit on stream yesterday. I think it's decent and actually pretty good for bounce. But right now, it's a lot of bounce mirrors and bounce counters, and so it just wasn't very fun. I think the card itself is strong. It's just... it feels like I'll need to give it a week before like I start enjoying it. Once it becomes less of a known thing, that's when I enjoy the decks a little bit more. Same thing happened with Scream. And then Aided Yap got my last drop. It was super fun being here. What mystery variant did you pull? Hopefully it was a good one. I got a rare Sabretooth, which I'll never use. Yeah, bounce versus bounce is just like mentally taxing. Yeah, Lacey. It's like I understand why that you run counters on the day it releases, but Bull Shark, you got Orca. Oof. Orca has some decent variants, but the problem is it's Orca. And Dan hit Spectrum. It's not a bad one, Leo. But Spectrum is definitely a very lightly played right now. I've climbed 9 ranks with bounce. I've been in a rough spot this season, but I've always been a good bounce player.
Hey man, I'm cool.
Yeah, if you're a good bounce player, and that may be why I wasn't enjoying it as much potentially, was that I think I'm an okay bounce player, but when it's bounce versus bounce, it comes down to like who positions and who plays it better. And so you definitely get punished if you're not playing it as well as somebody else. I've been playing Tribunal and destroying bounce. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I think Tribunal, since bounce doesn't typically run any kind of hard counters, would be an awful matchup. And Art Mr. Negative. That one's a solid one. Ronin Misery deck. Ronin Misery, I didn't enjoy it as much.
Opponent snapped.
We can lean into like an Iron Lad here. Potentially get Rock Slide, potentially get Hawk. Absorbing Man would copy the Black Widow. Like we're going to. I played Bounce with US Agent. US Agent is a good tech against that. Ooh. War Machine? We're just going to have to hope that they're not able to draw into the stuff they need to. Is it ever Iron Man left? Then we hope for... We don't even need to hope for the Hawk. We can always go Mystique, Sandra. Yeah, if they Legion... If they Legion left, we're in trouble. But I think if they Legion left, we're in trouble regardless. So we might as well play as if they're not going to drop it and just hope.
Hello, so happy.
Okay, Infinite.
I am.
Not okay. Never mind. I thought we could beat the Infinite drop, but we can't. And so now we could win one of the lanes. We can't swing the other.
Escaped.
Ended up with a baby variant, with the baby variant for Valkyrie. Never use it. Yeah, Valkyrie is one of those cards that I like, but outside of like a very niche build, hasn't ever felt amazing. But it is time for a quick set of ads to keep the pre-rolls off for everybody that is new coming in. And so I'm going to run a minute and a half. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Korg, Mold, Cassandra, Mystique, Magic. Yeah. The Ronin Hawk deck, I think it a lot of times just didn't feel like it had a good like double ender. So it could like disrupt, but it didn't have like the big power output for the end, which I don't know, always felt a little bad. We'll be right back, guys. And then while I was gone, Powerless, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at Tier 1. Very much appreciate the support. This is the 5th month that you've been here. Looking forward to 6 more. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a great day. And that gets us a little bit closer to that Partner Plus status. Yeah, did I Oh, the baby Valkyrie, yeah. Yeah, the variant is probably good, but it's one of those cards that you just don't play much of. So next up we have a Slumpy. Shuri's Lab is good if we were running Bounce, but not since we're not. So we need to, we're hoping for like a Black Widow, a Absorbing Man, which we have in hand, maybe a Grandmaster onto the Black Widow so that they can only draw, or they can only bounce, or hopefully have a very limited amount of times that they can bounce. I'm actually going to go Grandmaster onto the Korg here, so that we're playing on curve. You can play Cerebro 3, it'll lose you like a lot of games, but you can play it. Wait, Nico Wolverine, so it's a destroy deck, not a bounce deck. Well, it was fun being here, and we'll definitely be back eventually. Have a good rest of your stream, and good luck on games. Thank you so much, Yap. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day. The big Venom, well, I think with that we probably retreat. We can try to angle like an Iron Man Mystique line. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's good enough.
I want the throne.
Especially with a potential death, potential null, now being pretty big in Sinister London. Because they hit the Killmonger, Absorbing Man actually pulls nobody. It's unfortunate. They haven't snapped yet. They probably should have like pressured us and put the pressure on as soon as they had the big Venom line, the big Killmonger counter. Speaking of Overcooked, I think Agent Venom is just that. Yep, I agree. The Agent Venom feels definitely overtuned. He's an above average stat line for a really hood ability. Yeah. Then what is Killmonger's voice line? Can't quite make it out. It's something of the throne. I don't remember exactly what it was. Be 2-2 or 2-1. I could see like a 2-2 being.
I am Iron Man.
I want the throne.
Thank
you guys on the Twitch side. So he says I want the throne. So even doubling up Mystique, like we don't have any great power because of how much has been destroyed. And Mystique pulls mid. I only know because Bink repeats it every time he hears it. That sounds like a very Binks thing. I haven't seen one of his streams in a while. Hopefully he's doing well. All right, let's jump out of this one. If Mystique didn't pull mid, maybe there's a shot, but have they ever nerfed a pass card while it was still on sale? If they have, it's not very often. So Raph, if they're not progressing, sometimes like refreshing the stream or refreshing the page can show that updated rate. Also, if you have the stream muted, sometimes that will make it where it doesn't progress. I don't know why, but it is a thing. I've also heard of some people not getting them with, and this is gonna sound like I'm just wanting ad revenue. I've heard of some people not making progress with an ad blocker on. But those are just a couple things that you might look at to try. It's true, they did nerf Elsa. Elsa Bloodstone was absolutely busted on release. No, like I'm not trying to like weasel them out of it. I've had some people tell me that was the root cause of their drops, not not counting. But usually what I would try first was refresh the tab and then make sure it's not muted. You can mute the actual like browser tab, like along the top. So if it's like Chrome, the Twitch tab, but you can't mute the stream player itself. I'm not sure if Loki got nerfed during his cell, because he was pretty dominant for a very, very long time. It was an Arisham deck. We can snap that pretty comfortably. And Hawk is going through it with the ice today. Let's go Cassandra, because it's not going to reveal until next turn anyways. We'll have Cryo going into next turn. So then I guess we go ahead and throw like Rock Slide mid. I think that's probably fine. Or Rock Slide right. Because we should win mid off of the Nova. We want to pressure for priority so that we can try to get a Hawk without the fear of an Alioth. Yeah, Zabu lasted for a while. Big hazmat. All of these are Arisham generated. Hell the Cosmo. And Cosmo is actually beautiful for us. Because now we have a lane to just throw Hawk without worry of what it's gonna do. I guess we just throw Black Widow left into Hawk right and call it a day. Yeah, he just handed us the easiest path to a win. You remember Leech Leader meta? That was the one meta that was probably the most tilting meta for me. Because it was like the first truly oppressive like combo or deck that we had seen up to that point that just felt awful. Did we snap? Yeah. We snapped whenever I realized it was Arisham. Right after that, we had the Death She-Hulk leader. That was pretty frustrating too. But for whatever reason, Leech Leader left a lasting impact on me. So I can remember exactly where I was, exactly what I was doing when that deck started gaining popularity. And I was actually traveling, visiting family, and I was trying to finish off my grind to Infinite on my phone. And so I stayed up after everyone went to sleep for a little bit. And then all of a sudden I saw this strange Leech deck, and I was like, nobody plays Leech. Then a couple of games later, I saw it again, and then it was just everywhere. It was so awful. I don't think there's any way that he stays, but maybe we get lucky. Powerless said, I pushed my sub notification while you were away. Holy beardless. Yeah, so I did call out your sub notification. Thank you for the 6-month at tier 1. That gets us closer to Partner Plus. And thank you for the 5 months. Looking forward to 6 more. And I shaved because my daughter likes it when I'm shaven. And she's having a tough time with my wife being away for so long in Florida. And so I figured I would do everything that I can to make her feel a little bit happier while she's gone. The Shuri where you could play it into anywhere was crazy too. Yeah, he may be disconnected because he roped last turn. I almost quit over Leech Leader. Yeah, the Leech Leader was so frustrating. It was the first deck that, like, even if you try to like tech towards or play towards expecting the leader, they could just go something else, and then you did an awful last turn and expecting the leader, and then they just went with a different play line altogether. Almost wonder if this is a spite rope. Maybe. I guess it was a spite rope. You know, I don't mind Arisham players. but Arsham players being the one that's salty feels a little misplaced. Yeah, until that deck, Leech was non-existent. Like, nobody ran Leech because it was bad. Because you're giving up priority in order to get the Leech down most of the time, and so it just wasn't worth it. And then that deck came along, thanks to Dara, and just shook things up in a major way. All I saw in High Voltage was Ebony Maw, Gambit, Odin. Yep. In High Voltage, I really liked a Living Tribunal. That way I didn't have to run like Goliath, and I was running a combo heavy deck, but it wasn't like the very common Black Panther stuff. Or the counter to it. It just, when everybody started running, or a lot of people started running Goliath and Juggernaut and those things, it just... The fun went away pretty quick. I think it's a really cool mode. I like the idea of a low or no stakes mode. Just in general, not one that I think I'll engage with a lot. But I like the idea of a mode that is easy to load up, play, and you don't have that like stressor of, I lost 8. Now I need to try and get them back. They might be able to discard the Widow's Bite here with the Morbius. The snap also tells me they probably have Dracula that's going to go into the vault. So we have to look out for that. Like Tavern Brawl. Yeah, I really enjoyed Tavern Brawl in Hearthstone. Mainly because it changed each week. So it was like a unique challenge every week whenever you were able to play into it. It didn't have to be grossly different than the normal game. It just had to be like a unique like building challenge. And I liked the ones I liked the most were the ones that like either built out a deck for you, and then you could just kind of play it. It was low, no stakes, but it also wasn't people running, you know, obviously fully broken things. A Silver Samurai enjoyer. You mind sharing your profile page? Am I untapped? Let's try the Hawk here. We might go Iron Man Sable left since we lost our Mystique. It just comes down to if this is enough here. So I think the Dex. I think the untapped one. The untapped one goes to my profile, right? So I don't mind at all. There's sometimes I run garbage. So just keep in mind that sometimes I experiment and it does not go well. Either top decks Dracula or Raw Dogs Apocalypse. Boomer snap them. Oh no, the one from Untapped. So it's the one right above the Nightbot. The second one is the YouTube playlist, but Untapped responds to it as well. Victory. We probably should have just let it play out and see if we could probably get 4. And so yeah, I don't mind sharing the profile link. Most of what gets tracked is either when I'm playing for a video or I'm streaming. Otherwise, I'm usually playing from my phone, and so those don't track as well, unfortunately. Flying Dad Bomb said, "Got me this time." We're now 50-50, so the next time it'll be a toss-up. Do best 2 out of 3. Yeah, Targaryen. Snapping was actually bad there. How are the games today? They're not going too bad. We've had a little bit of up and down. A couple of like big losses along the way, but we've been having a good time doing it. Because today I'm rested. Yesterday I was running on very little sleep. And so things that don't normally like get under my skin were. But today we're in a much better spot. So no Grandmaster, no Rock Slide for us. They also have Demon to just free win Bar with no name. I think we run. I think we give them the one. Because best case scenario, we get a couple of rocks their way, we get Hawk down, we get Mystique onto it, but we're always fearful of just the outright Demon.
Escaped.
Gonna play any Toxin decks? We might go back to Toxin. All of the Toxin decks that I've ran, so I'm not sure how long you've been hanging out. All of the Toxin decks that I ran, I'm not really enjoying them. I think Toxin is a great card, but it's largely into like bounce mirrors and bounce counters, versus like, let's say we play Toxin later on in the week or next week when people aren't fully expecting it. I think it leaves room for a lot more fun with the deck. So the one that I ran today, the most recent one, is a werewolf bounce, which I think is pretty good. We maintained a 55-56% win rate. Our net cube was pretty bad because we were doing some loose snapping. We had an ego game that turned out diabolical that we lost 8 cubes on. But in general, I think that's probably the direction that I go with it. Thundermoose just got here. Gotcha. I played a Toxin deck yesterday on stream and a little bit earlier on this stream. It was a werewolf bounce Toxin deck that I think runs really well. It leans into a lot of the one cost, so that you're always getting the value of like playing those out, pulling them in. It's just right now we're running into a lot of mirrors, which always feel pretty bad. Tucker was experimenting with a Nihilus bounce, Toxin, who was doing okay. I also liked the idea of like a Living Tribunal to like bounce, a Living Tribunal move, bouncing in like a Human Torch, an Iron Fist, a Ghost Spider, be able to have like the big explosive last turn plays. I liked the idea of that as well. I saw you started the stream pretty early today. No, Vian. So we started earlier than normal. I am back on my normal sleep schedule. So I was able to get everybody off to school around like 8:30, got home, got things situated, and then launched live shortly after. And so I think this is closer to like the normal time I would be streaming outside of like drop days or patch days or things like that. It's more of a secondary play if you don't draw an Nihilus, to be able to pull like those negative cards back in. Kind of like it. It's kind of like a Carnage, essentially. For Marvel standards, the new Iron Man bundle was too good for me to not get. Yeah, the Iron Man bundle, phenomenal value. Was it something like we set up a Hawk? They haven't drawn for the last 2 turns, so what they have in hand is probably pretty limited. We could go Hawk into maybe Mystique. We could go Iron Man, but that's fully committing to an amount mid, which is why I'm not fully sold on it, because it goes up to 14-22. 22 might be okay. Nah, we're gonna go Hawk. I'm gonna go with my gut. We're gonna go Hawk left. If we draw a Mystique, great. If not, then we're looking at like our alternate play lines. Tons of chance for Shang-Chi. Wow, they got the Nico spell. So we should be
All
able to
systems
overtake
go.
mid, right? 13. Iron Man now goes to 26. Be our only shot is that we're hoping that they've drawn into garbage. We did send 2 Widow's Bites their way over 2 turns, so they haven't had a lot of opportunity to draw. But I guess we're pretty weak in the left lane. Monger? No, Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
We
I
double
am
up mid. It
Iron
comes down
Man.
to a point differential, and we lose the point differential. Had we listened and did Iron Man mid last turn, we won. Ooh, Killmonger. Yeah, Killmonger would have been the play too. Killmonger takes out 6 here, 3 here. Stark Tower. Good game, Knight. Always a good game. Stark Tower is named after Iron Man himself. That's why you should play it. Yes, I know that Iron Man there is really good, but it also gave them like a very specific amount of power to fight towards. If they didn't cap it out, I didn't think they were going to go Baron. Of all the cards I thought they would play there, Baron Zemo was like probably the lowest on the list. He said I was sweating. It was a good game. Killmonger says answer the phone. Wait, that may have been said a little while ago. Dino. I may be late to reading that on the YouTube side. I apologize. But I tend to avoid dropping big cards on turn 5 just because of the threat of Rogue or Shang. Yeah, but Iron Man could have been rogued too, right? Let's go Korg left.
Hey, man.
But no, I do agree with tending to avoid dropping the big stuff early. Martage is beautiful here.
Oh, snap.
Only 50% of the threat, yeah. T-Green, you said chatting? Luca, you said, hi, I'm trying to get the Iron Man bundle, but proceed to check out is grayed out. So you have you plugged in your zip code? Or yeah, I think you have to confirm your Snap account first. And then I think you have to plug in your, I want to say it's your zip code on it. Just destroyed someone playing Arsham with this deck in Conquest. Yes, this deck dominates Arsham for sure. Sandra Wright. I know we can double trigger it in mid, but we get a copy of Cassandra Nova this way. Nova into Vats is so annoying. Yeah. Double Iron Fist. Very scary. It has me stuttering apparently. Nova mid also annoying now. Yeah, but what I'm thinking is we can do Nova to the right again. Then we throw like an Iron Man into Mystique plus double Cassandra mid later. It was kind of the like vision that I saw for the last couple of turns. But the double Human Torch move is also very scary. They dodged the Sable and the Cassandra on the Torch, unfortunately. Why not cast mid and then clone it? If we cast mid, we wouldn't be able to clone it. So we want to keep Cassandra in hand for the last turn.
I am Iron Man.
Chaos. No, you're fine. Alright, so if they can pull that Human Torch back in. Yeah, look at Toxin. Oof. So that's another Iron Fist. Oh, Lord. Another Iron Fist into Ghost Spider? Did they go Living Tribunal as well? A lot of output. They have 2 torches. Do they? Oh, yeah, they don't have the mana for Tribunal. So now it's just the Mind Games instead. I was thinking it was the Beast line. Oh my. So sorry for all of the non-subs out there. But ads started rolling. I missed the delay.
I am Iron Man.
Welcome in, Boosty. Hopefully you're having a great one. Even the doubled Iron Man, I don't think beats their No. Too big. Too big to fail. Goodness. There was actually we would have won doing that mid, yeah? Doing the Mystique Cassandra Nova mid. Because then it would have been 18 plus another 5. It would have been 28. No. Nope. We wouldn't have even beat it mid. We would have had 28 doubled. So it would have only been like, what, 64? 64, I think. Sheesh. The guy was gaming for sure. J. Jonah Jameson is fuming out there. Killmonger in that instance would have been amazing. But instead, they cooked us. Next up, we have Cheese Butt 69, and that all could have been avoided had a Sable or Cassandra hit the Human Torch. As unfortunate as that is, going pretty well. How is Bully Hawk doing for you? We're down. Stonks are down. I don't think it's necessarily Bully Hawk. We've lost a bit of momentum with most decks that we were playing. But we're only right now holding a 52% win rate. We've had a couple of bad. But changed his name just so you wouldn't expect Galactus? No, I don't think so. But maybe. Never know. We can go Cassandra into Absorbing Man, into Hawk, Hidden in the left, into whatever from there. It's Hammer Time said, wait, Beardless TLSG? It is Beardless TLSG. Welcome in. It's Hammer Time. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So I shaved for my daughter. She is having a hard time with my wife being gone. My wife's in Florida. She's not gone forever. She's just in Florida helping out with the hurricane impact. And my daughter likes it whenever I'm more clean shaven. And so I did it as a surprise yesterday while she was at school. I dropped her off with a big beard, shaved, and then she lit up whenever she saw me when I picked her up yesterday. So I'm probably going to be the beardless TLSG for a little bit, at least until November, and then I might as well go no shave November. And then Junkhead, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. so we have Iron Man, which is easily 8, but would be 16 with like a Nico. Could also Iron Man mid. In case we get the Mystique line. So that's the sweetest thing I've heard all week. Well, Lion, I'm glad I'm glad that I could bring a little bit of light your way. Lightly shaven guy, prominence. That's what TLSG stands for this week. We could also do Iron Man here and then probably a Hawk mid next turn, but I like the idea of go ahead and just lock this one in. They could potentially pick
Iron
this
Man.
lane up with like a beast, and then they can re-sage, re-drop everything, which is pretty scary. The lack of beard surprises guy. This is our, I guess, our only shot. I mean, we don't have 250. We have 50, which is kind of tough for them to beat. But I think they could beat 18, 20. They should be able to beat 20 in the right. Please don't lose to Cheese Butt. We're going to do our best, but we're at their mercy now. I think we're winning mid, unless they fill it. If they fill it, then we technically only have 50 power there. $50 is above average. It is. And they fully committed to left. Oh no. Scary. Also scary. Then Sage. We should have sent left. Yeah, Sage we can't beat. Double Demon we could have. Who would have thought they full sent the left? It's a very tough call for them to make. Just leaving only 12. When the more likely line for us would be Mystique on the last turn, which would have to go in Dark Dimension. So the assumption would be that they'd be more likely to play here, knowing that that Mystique line had to be in this direction. But we got out positioned. I don't know. I don't know. It could have just been a good play, but I figured I'd talk through my thought process of why I thought right was more susceptible than left. The rest is, who knows? Could you sub Grandmaster for Cosmo or Killmonger? You could try Shadow King, but I do really like the Grandmaster as a way to like re-trigger Black Widow or Rock Slide, so that you just are non-stop sending them just junk and stuff. But you could sub it out.
Oh, snap.
All right, we're gonna go Nico, Agent Venom, Destroy, and we'll pull into our disruption tool starting on 3. Actually, let's do. I was gonna say let's do Nico mid so that we can set up a Grandmaster right. Oh well, too late. Hi TLSG, looking at your recent decks, I can't see anything with Toxin in it. Have you played much Toxin? Are you talking about the videos or on Untapped? Because on Untapped, the deck that I played right before this one, I had Toxin. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last 5 on the stats on my Untapped page are Toxin. They're all negative. I lost cubes with each one except for Move Tribunal Toxin, which I think we just got lucky because we got a couple of big cubes in a short time frame. But yeah, I played with Toxin a decent amount. The biggest recommendation would be, and I can share the link to the actual deck. The one that I had the most success with would be, and the one I would run again if we pivot again, would be this one. reason I'm not still playing Toxin is right now the either running into either a lot of decks that are built specifically to counter bounce, or we're going into bounce mirrors, and both of those are unfun for me. And so I haven't played a lot of Toxin, or I probably won't play a whole lot of Toxin until later on in the week.
What a game!
A lot of extra energy from and X23 ended up in mid, so we will get a rock arsenal. Yeah. I noticed that because I checked back on the VOD after we played against him yesterday. I played against him last night, and yeah, he was having a rough time of it for sure. So I think the card itself is strong. I think it's in a really good spot. It's just the mirrors make it pretty unfun, and then bounce is a very high skill deck, and so like if you're running up against a person that is running bounce and they are a better bounce player than you, boy does it feel bad. Like there's just not much that you can do after that. So they have this lane locked in, so we can always Hawk, or would the Iron Man be better? I think it's the Hawk line. Need to activate fast drops. Creek. So fast drops aren't actually a thing. Everyone gets the drops at the same rate. It's just a meme that kind of goes around. Also just exhausting to put. Yeah. Bounce is also one that you have to think a lot of on your plays. So I like the 4-power Hawk. I think it's going to be or Iron Man. The only offshoot is it bigger than what's if we get the Mystique? Would that be bigger? And I think the answer is yeah. So we're going to go Iron Man here. Made even faster drops.
I am Iron Man.
So Null in the left lane. We do get Mystique, which is beautiful to see. Cassandra's going to be 5. Mystique is already 4. We ever do... I don't think we ever do this. That would be 3 and 4. 14. I think the answer is always this. But somebody has to stop Dara. You can't keep getting away with it. We will take it. The Cosmo is an interesting tech in Destroy, and it definitely hurt them there. I don't know if it hurt them. It stopped us from doing Rock Slide, but take it. Sable and Grandmaster. Sable and Grandmaster instead of Cassandra Nova. It's true. Yeah, the Sable into Grandmaster would be 5. It'd be the same in this lane. It'd be more power to the left. And Roram, welcome in. I didn't realize that Pixel Guy was you until chat told me. But thank you so much for the raid. Said we had so many 50-50s. Those were some stressful games. That's actually one of the reasons why I stopped playing Balance and playing Toxin. It requires so much it requires your positioning to be so solid that it just wasn't incredibly fun. And so we matched up like 3 or 4 times in just a couple hours. And then Herwick said 1K. Let's go. And then Vian, almost as if on cue, said 1K viewers is crazy. We had a massive raid from Ordinary Harry. And then we had the recent raid from Roram, which kind of put us, has helped keep us, or push us up pretty high. And so Roram, thank you again for the raid. Hopefully the rest of your stream went well. Man, those 50-50s were stressful though. Let's hold off on the Nico. Ordinary Harry is such a chill streamer. He is. He is a chill streamer. I hit him when I was doing my overnight streams. I raided over to him for several of them. Ooh, with Subterranea, if we could possibly get Hawk, then we win. I raided over into him in a couple of the overnight streams whenever I was ending at like 7 or 8 in the morning.
Enough said, bub.
And it just so happens that like my schedule flip-flopped and he was able to raid back over into us, which was fun. It's like watching a European TLSG. Yeah, I do enjoy watching some Ordinary Harry. So it's another destroy deck. But we have the nasty combo here of the Nico into Cassandra into a copy of Cassandra. I know that we probably should play Rock Slide just to really focus on getting as much junk into their deck. But the Cassandra Nova, I think, is too much fun. And Ordinary Harry, and I think it's been a couple of weeks, but he did call me out on the fact that I roped him every time we played, and I didn't mean to. It was just super late, and I was real tired. So I've been more mindful of making sure I don't rope as much, because it definitely feels bad when someone's roping turn after turn. Harry in the AM, TLSG in the afternoon, Dex in the PM. It sounds like a great lineup, right? And sometimes TLSG overnight. Yeah, sometimes TLSG overnight. Deck just forces so many retreats. It does. And I think that's why I like it. It is just so oppressive that it bullies them out. Gotta fit Binks in somewhere. Binks has been he hasn't streamed a whole lot, right? Otherwise, Binks in the evenings for sure. I haven't seen him much since his subathon. He's away? Yeah, that makes sense. I think he was doing... Was he going to Japan already? I think he had set up to do an IRL stream from Japan at a certain sub-goal. Back into the week. I'm glad to know that that's what was causing the gap. Not something like burnout or anything awful. So 16 mid, we would have to double up, but I think that's fine. The only thing we would lose to there would be an Arnhem Zola. We did lose to Arnold mid. Glad they didn't have it. With the rocks, I was hoping that they weren't able to draw into that like inline piece. They most likely had it built into the deck. Yeah, the Binksathon was some crazy hours. I know that he was pulling some incredibly long hours during the Binksathon. Because it was like I would go to sleep, he'd be streaming, I'd wake up, he'd be streaming, and then he would take a short break and be back at it again. And then Georgie with the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. Kind of happy Grandmaster's getting some play. Grandmaster is one of those cards that I think is a pretty big potential card. It's just hard to get him into decks where he doesn't feel clunky a lot of the time. Because a lot of times you'll like second guess, should I play him on curve? Should I do something different? And so I think seeing his play lines a lot of times is pretty tough. We could shoot Silver Sable into mid with the Grandmaster. I kind of think we just skip here into Black Widow into Absorbing Man. Make their draws awful.
Snap.
Feels dead if you draw him early. He said, don't want to hit 20,000 channel points too fast over here. You're keeping us hydrated, and I appreciate that. I like the part of the Binksathon where he pushed the boulder up a hill for 6 hours. Wait, did he play that game? I know he played the Zelda game, but I didn't know he played the boulder game. That's always I've seen clips of it. I haven't actually played it though. Well, that's a scary Cassandra Nova. It was his rage game. Did he rage on it? Oh, he beat it? Worth a watch? Good. So 15, 30, 60 with a Hawk. We can beat their Cassandra Nova stuff. Everything else is just very sorely negative now. Far Sinister Cassandra Nova is one of the most diabolical plays. It ends up being, what, a +3 the first time it triggers? I don't know that we return fire. Beta Ray Bill? Sandra, Beta Ray Bill. Is this ever the answer? Probably not. But it stops them from potentially drawing a hammer. Stops Jane. It doesn't stop Jane since they have priority.
Opponent snapped.
Odin mid is would be diabolical, wouldn't it? They do an Odin onto the Cassandra Novas. And then Herwig, you found the new command. Yeah, I think this retreat was right. So you found the new command. I'm actually partnering with a new company called Control, and they offer some pretty interesting health-related products. So they have meal replacement shakes. They have protein cookies, which is, if you've been watching the streams for a while, that's what I've been snacking on the last few streams. I just haven't been able to say the name because I didn't have everything set up. But they have some really delicious cookies. They have meal replacement bars, and then they have the shakes, which the shake is what I have up here to sip on today. Kind of tied me over between like either from breakfast until like late lunch or between breakfast and dinner. And so I have, they before I told them I would partner with them, they sent me a few of the products to test to make sure that I liked them. I really liked the meal replacement bars. Were really good. The chocolate chunk cookie, fantastic. And the macros on it are pretty solid for it being a cookie. Like, it's a good way to replace a potential like Snickers or cereal in the morning, or if you're just needing something to tie you over. And then the meal replacement is pretty comparable to other meal replacement shakes, but it has just a little bit more on the calorie side for a little bit of extra sweetness. I actually do half of the recommended like serving size on my meal replacement shakes, which I like the chocolate ones. I do like half the recommended serving size because it's so incredibly sweet.
Hey man, I'm cool.
Which product is that? It's Control. So there's a panel down below, and there's also the link here. If you do check it out, then you get an extra 10% off of like any purchases that were made. I stopped watching competitive COD when he originally left OPIC. Wait, who? Oh, Scump? Yeah. Scump was one. So speaking of COD, and professional COD, I think it's around the same time that Scump was big. I remember watching Big Timer, and I think that was like the original or OG Optic team. And just like their aim was laser point good. But yeah, I remember watching Scump and a few of those as well. But yeah, he was one of the like early adopters of the Control brand. What's your personal favorite meal from Factor? The cheddar jalapeno chicken, amazing. That's probably one of the better ones I've had so far. And then JF, you said, do you know what level I need to get? So there are different tiers. Just getting to board 2 is like the first milestone. I get paid for each milestone that's hit. And so it's board 2, board 7, board 18, and then a little further off are 31 and 41. If you're not enjoying it, then just downloading it and checking out was good enough. But if you are enjoying it, 41 is the highest that you can get that I get extra like funding from. Did Black Ops 3 was my jam. I was a little bit more Modern Warfare 2, but Black Ops 3 was not bad. I've only ordered once, but they're spicy chicken carbonara. Yeah, not bad at all. And then Dolly, welcome in. And then somebody said, since we were on the topic of food, what did you have for lunch today? So I actually didn't stop and like have a lunch, but I have the meal replacement shake that I made. So instead of milk in it, this one is the Oreo, I think it's Oreo Crumble. I'm a big fan of like the chocolatey stuff. They also have one that is kind of like a Cocoa Puffs. If you're more of a like a chocolate cereal, they have some really cool flavors. I tried the Cinnamon Toast Crunch one. Not a big fan of the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, so I didn't care for it. But it was a good option if you do like cinnamony stuff. So I've just been sipping on the meal replacement shake. I actually do it with silk milk instead of water or regular milk. Kind of increase the protein that I hit from it. So I think we follow up with a Mystique mid, Grandmaster Nico left, and we call it a game. Cho, you said after you hit board 18, board 31 and 41 are easy. Really? Is it by being able to lean pretty heavily into like the mega heists? Is that what the extra comes from? It's a crazy stave from them. Since we had one lane locked in, but we'll take the extra cube.
Victory.
This is the first COD I'm not buying since World at War. I think at some point or another I have bought or purchased all of the CODs except for the latest one. So I may be in the same boat. The last few I bought and played for like a week or two and then kind of put back down. And so I think it's been a little bit less each title that I've played it. And it wasn't feeling like the same. I was just kind of curious, how did you catch up in Marvel Snap? Since you took a long break and leaving the game put you far behind. So I spent a little bit of money. I spent about probably around $300 to push my collection back. I could have done it cheaper if I wasn't looking to like progress as fast, because I definitely pushed and made some purchases. Like I used tokens to get like Pixie, because I thought Pixie was going to be fun, and she is, but I pushed cards that I wouldn't have normally if I was kind of trying to do it on a budget. Because for the comeback, I would say really focus on looking at those key pieces that you're seeing in a lot of decks, and focus on being able to get them first, and then you can later focus on like everything else.
Oh, snap.
Let's go Nico into the double up, so it's going to be 8 power. We have the Black Widow, the Absorbing Man to copy the Black Widow, and then we have the finisher of maybe Iron Man. It just kind of depends. Okay, let's go ahead and go a Black Widow right. I had to roll for Toxin, even though I'm taking a break right now. Would hate to miss out. Yeah, Toxin is one of those that if you like bounce, very, very strong. If you don't like bounce, it's similar to Scorn for discard. If you don't like bounce, very skippable. Pixie is a personal favorite. Yeah, I think Pixie is a very fun card. Maybe not always the strongest card, but a very fun one for sure. We can now go Absorbing Man. We then lead into like a Hawk. And ideally it's Mystique Cassandra. But we'll see. Oh no, we got blasted by the Cosmo. Unfortunate. Well played. Good on them. Hawk should be the highest power card, so it overtakes the 3 that Speed has gotten from Monster Metropolis. It's a great feeling drawing a 1-cost Eliath. Yeah.
Iron Man.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling for that. So they have what? Claw? Mystique. This only goes up to 4. No. Although, they ever abandon left and just like reinforce here? Could do a claw left. A claw at 4 power brings them up to 28. Go up to 13, 14, 15, 30. Speed takes the buff. 8, 9, 10, 11. It shouldn't. So it goes up to 9. We are at an 8, 9. We are at an 11 power Hawk because of the base power. And we have Korg, which is going to bump it up by 1 extra. Oh no, the claw to the left is diabolical. Plus the Pimera. Ah, well.
I am Iron Man.
They win it by 2. Oh yeah, claw mid. I knew was a play possibility, but that's such a tough call to make. Of only leaving 2 power here, because if we had Mystique, it's really tough for them to lean into that. Like they did well, they made the right call, but us copying Hawk with Mystique would have left them vulnerable, and so it's hard to risk 4 cubes on that. But I mean, I guess it paid off. Oh well. Any cards you think aren't performing as expected? As far as like the recent cards, Misery's pretty tough to use. Korg Right was a tie. Korg Right wouldn't have triggered because of Cosmo, and so then Hawk would have been down another 2. Except we have Cheese Butt. They make another glorious play. Call them out. The last time they made a really good gut read. It was what it was. So Nico into the destroyed Chimichanga.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
This land is always changing.
Kick this guy's butt for sure. He took us earlier. Terrible gamer. Thank you so much for the Prime 7 support. Love the name. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So we know that they can't have Black Swan, which is good. Doesn't do us a lot of good, but we're just gonna flaunt it on him. Try hiding your last turn on this guy. I mean, we may not even be in a position that does enough. So Black Widow could stop them from maybe pulling in one of their cards. So if they do like 1 cost and Toxin, we wouldn't be able to pull the 1 cost back in. Yeah, the Black Swan steal is good. And also Mysterio makes their hit monkey impact much lower. Ooh, they don't get to pull in the rocket. How long did it take you to have so many cards with gold backgrounds? Off and on, passively playing 2 years. So let's go Korg, Rock Slide, or Rock Slide Korg. No, let's reverse the order. Let's do Rock Slide last, just in case we get Absorbing Man next turn. I'm really hoping they make Supergiant an active. An active Supergiant could be cool. TLSG, I was just watching you on YouTube. How can you be in 2 places at once? I'm tricky.
Hey man,
I'm tricky like that. But welcome in, Lord Incubus. Hopefully you're having a great one. So is it ever Grandmaster or is it like Hawk instead? We don't need to, but we're gonna activate the Black Swan because we can. The stream is pre-recorded. It's very true, Vian. I also have bots that send chats at certain times. Hawk is better. Can move. Yeah. Hawk on curve is better. It allows us to do Mystique since we have that in hand. It's just a matter of where do we want to play Hawk. We're gonna do it here.
I am Iron Man.
I think Iron Man left. Is that our Iron Man? That is. So those were the 2 cards they got from us. Absorbing Man and Iron Man. Double Power and Nico. Be kind of cool. We want to do Mystique first, though, of course. But... we got the free Nico, which we have the energy. We could have played it anyways, but it's still free. Depending on what this hits. Right now, our Mystique is only 8, actually. Grandmaster before Nico. But if Grandmaster hits Nico, it goes from a 4 to an 8. Still goes to 8 with Chimichanga. Ooh, I guess it could, yeah. But since we're not playing it over there, we could have Chimichanga'd. So absolutely nothing in the left. Unfortunate, as that might be. Still quite a bit of power for them to overcome. Sage and Demon, not quite. Close, but not quite able to do it.
Victory.
We got two of the 4 back from Cheese Butt. Very scary Sage. Sage could have been the difference maker there. Eesh. Thoughts on Toxin and Mill deck? I think Toxin could be used for Mill. But my concern is that it doesn't do enough to make sure we can win, which is the biggest downfall for Mill right now. Like, you can get their cards, you can get their resources, but how do you bring it home? is always like the big pain point. Is everybody streaming the reason you put your... Is everyday streaming the reason you've been putting out less videos? So it's a little bit of... It's a mixture. So with the state of the game, I also want to be putting out videos that are decks that do perform well, versus like first day impressions of Toxin, which can be really stressful with everyone running like counter cards or mirror matches. And so I find that I enjoy brewing on stream with those better. And then the additional streaming hours, yeah, it's been the reason I've been putting out less videos. But my last day at work was on the 18th, so I'll be able to kind of go back to maybe 2 or 3 videos a week, along with daily streams, depending on like what patches happen, what new cards released. I should be able to up the output a little bit. But it is time for a quick set of ads. I'm going to run to the restroom. We're going to do a minute and a half, and then we'll be right back, you guys.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
TLSG streaming during my working days. I do enjoy being able to stream during like the normal working days for people to like have one in the background. Are you going to do more Pokemon Pocket videos? Probably at some point, closer to release. I know that we're about a week away, and so I may do some like closer to like release day, depending on what the numbers look like. And then Voxing, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 7 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And JF, you said, have they called and asked to ask anything? They have not. Not yet. I recorded like all of the normal reports and things that I ran. So I did recorded training so that they can go back and refer to. And the rest, I think they'll just have to figure out. Joe said, are you sure 41 is the last Monopoly board? I'm having problems getting rid of the high roll dopamine rush. I mean, you can keep playing, but the most that I get reimbursed for
Found a rook.
is board 41, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and go Sable here. Have you thought about a video that has new cards at day of release, 1 week after or 2 weeks after, with 3 games at each time point to see how it develops in the meta? That might be a cool video, but with the videos, I try to make sure they appeal to as wide of a audience as possible. Like I think a video like that would be cool, but I'm not sure if it would fit everybody. Let's go ahead and go Absorbing Man. We copy the Widow's Bite, so if they play it this turn, we're gonna get hit again. And then we can lean into turn 5. Maybe it's Venom Cassandra, and we tackle the Raft resource maybe. Try low spinner or free to play decks. I do want to find like more lower end costing decks. But a pure free to play deck is kind of tricky because free to play can still look like Grandmaster, Cassandra Nova, Absorbing Man, Hawk. It can still look pretty, depending on like what level of free to play you're at. And so it's kind of tricky there too. But I think finding accessible decks is definitely a good one.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Big. Why did they do that? Why did they double pull in the same turn? Oh, to get the free raft resource, I suppose. Wild. Okay. So this goes to 15. 15 and 7. 22? Then Cassandra is only 6. But it can win here. I think we double up on our Mystique in the left lane. Because it'll be 12. Unless they can get something above 12. I guess the Raft resource could potentially do it for them. What does Agent Venom do? So Agent Venom sets the power of all cards in your deck to 4. So you can also do exclamation point card and then the card name. Or if you're on, I guess you're on Twitch, you can hover over the card on the screen. There should be an overlay that lets you, like, it pops up like what the cards do as well. I don't mind telling you, but just in case you're ever curious and don't want to ask. How are you using the base card for Venom? I do have the Season Pass, but sometimes I like the non-Season Pass variant, just because the Season Pass one becomes super common. But in this case, I do like the Season Pass card better, so I probably need to lean towards that. And then we have the Hydrate reminder from Bio Boy. He said didn't know how the overlay worked. Yeah. So it's directly tied into Untapped. And so like it reflects, and you can even do the cards, I think, in my hand. I think you can hover over them as long as the Untapped add-on is working as intended, to be able to see what they do too. I think is a really cool feature. It was something that was around. Reaching for my drink and I almost shut down my computer. I almost hit the power button. It was something that was around for Hearthstone that I thought was really, really cool as a like casual viewer of streams that wasn't around for Snap for a while, because this add-on came out maybe 2 months ago. It may not work on mobile Twitch because it has to have the add-ons. I think we do, maybe it's a double rock slide into a Grandmaster. There's a chance that we hit another double rock slide into like a Hawk Mystique. That back. I don't know, destroy decks. That guy doesn't know what will hit him. I guess that's true. We could also go Black Widow so that they can't draw anymore. But I like bumping up the Hawk as well. Oh. Just do Grandmaster. Ideally. Hopefully. We hit here and here. Yeah, they could probably destroy the kisses too. Big Killmonger. A lot of extra energy with X23 as well.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
A double trigger of Venom could be scary. The kisses. Oh, the bites. Kisses is White Widow. Bites are Black Widow. We sub for Silver Sable. Without Silver Sable, I would probably go with something like, I would almost say Iceman, but doing Iceman after the Korg seems probably the most underwhelming. Yeah, because the cards are very linear in their applications. Probably should have snapped back. You guys are right. Be cocky and just sub her for Martyr? Yes, you could. Yes, you could. But the good thing about Silver Sable is like that early impact that she has if you don't get like your Korg line. Great. Gave us a copy of Hawk, right? Agony have any use, or is it just a 1/2 to save space? So she starts a snowballing of Deadpool earlier. So like you can play Agony into Deadpool, and that makes his first destroy go from 3 to 6 instead of 1 to 2. Same thing for Phoenix Force decks, but for the most part, she's just kind of like a Hulkbuster. So some niche applications. I like her better than Hulkbuster. Me too. Me too. She's like a controlled Hulkbuster, because you can play her into a lane that already has cards, and be okay, rather than it being like a gamble. So if they were able to avoid all of the rocks and junk that we sent them, or if they have Shang-Chi, if they're running the flavor of this deck that runs Shang-Chi, we're cooked.
Hey, I found a rock.
But otherwise, it depends what they have coming down here. Big Null. The Null is not enough.
Victory.
Goodness. We outpowered a 31 power Null. The Hulk buyer. I make typos on mobile all the time. Saving keys for a specific week or different month is the worst thing. Like it just feels bad. Wait, what's the location? Is there a location today? Ooh, Bogwell's Gym, nice. Are you guys excited for the new Venom movie? I haven't watched any of the other ones. I heard bad things, and so I haven't seen any of them. I probably need to.
Epic.
But I built it up in my mind to be bad. Kind of like a Morbius, I guess. Morbius, the movie it wasn't awful, but it was very like easy to follow. So the Wolverine bundle, 3,500 gold for 3,000 collector's tokens. So we know that they value a card around $50. So 3,500 gold. A little bit above like regular progression, I guess. I said Morbius was a waste of everyone's time. Would I watch it again? No. Was it the worst movie I've ever watched? Also, probably not. Oh my goodness. The baby Toxin, which I think is cute enough, but not cute enough to buy. I think this is a decent value if you're short on collector's tokens. It can help you not have to like gamble for keys on a week that's like a bad spotlight week. Yeah, I also heard really bad things about the new Joker movie as well. Yeah. I don't know, this game just became too grindy to me. But I like the concept, so TLSG videos and streams is my only connection. Chai, I appreciate that. I have games that I do that for too. So League of Legends is one of them, and Old School RuneScape is another. Like both games I enjoyed, but the grind to try to either get what you're needing to get or to improve or whatever just became more work than it was worth. 3-minute match?
Hey man, I'm cool.
Wait, how come 3-minute match? Wolverine bundle is tempting, but I have the... Oh, yeah, we already have a whole bunch of variants. So let's go Agent Venom. And I'll do Agent Venom to the right so that maybe we can still set up the Grandmaster. Bonesaw, he's got you. It went over my head. It went straight over my head. Ooh, the rock slide I like. Might get the Wolverine bundle for the tokens. Yeah. Yeah, I have 10,000 gold. So I may spend on it as well. Great Web is so light for them. And it's going to be super heavy for us. But they're also going to be stuck with a lot of rocks. IGN gave the new Venom movie a 4 out of 10. Ooh. Said Brawl Stars is my other one, but not because of the grind, but because it was getting in the way of my life. I played Brawl Stars like very shortly after it came out, and it was bad for a little bit. It was before it really got developed, and so it... Ooh, that is an awfully large man thing. This doesn't even salvage it for us, as unfortunate as that is. Well, here's to hoping that Grandmaster gets pulled here, maybe? And not our Iron Man? My gold is reserved for variants. I mean, if that's the if that's how you like to progress in the game, there is absolutely no issue with it. I personally don't buy very many variants, just because I like being able to get like the new cards pretty easily without feeling like I need to put in more money. But I do know that the variants are very enticing a lot of the time. IGN also gave Penguin a 5. And TF1, 5. TF1. I'm not sure what TF1 is. They're awful with movie reviews. I really enjoyed the Penguin. I don't know if that's a scale out of 5, but I just finished episode 5 last night. I've really enjoyed it so far.
I am Iron Man.
Oh my god, the immediate Red Guardian snipe. Woof. Well, Penguin is doing great. Yeah, I agree. I like... I think if it becomes too predictable, like, but the first couple episodes were very much like... Not a great comparison, but almost like Game of Thrones level of like, I don't know what's going to happen. And that's kind of the way that I felt with like the early episodes of Penguin so far. As long as it doesn't kind of like fizzle out and not really have a direction to go, I think it'll be a pretty good series. Watching From right now? I haven't heard of From. What platform is it on? Do you watch any League streamers? So I only watch, besides Worlds, the only League streamer that I watch is probably, and I very rarely tune in, but it's Broxah, Broxah, I believe. Very, like his personality feels like it is very close to mine, and I think that's why I enjoy like and can tolerate his streams, because it's very like level keeled. It's like I'm playing the game, I'm making the decisions, and I'm like kind of talking through like why we need to not engage, why we need to do this, and so it feels very much like similar to my style of content creation. Batman in Winter? I just watched Penguin episode 1. It seemed like a diversion from who he was in the Batman. Like he went soft with Vic. So he may have went soft with Vic because of the. So I think he saw similarities in Vic. Maybe this is probably a reach, but with Vic having the stutter, I think Penguin always had like that like negative connotation, or like everyone kind of looked down on him as a waste of space. I feel like maybe he saw some of that in like Vic as well. And so T to Greenethy, you said, I'm watching on mute. Who did they say? Oh yeah, Broxa. Did we say what streaming platform From was on? What content creator, streamer do you look at as an ideal for being a full-time job? I don't know that I look. I may not understand the question. MGM Plus, gotcha. Okay. I'm not sure if I understand the question. So, I look up to a lot of the creators out there, but as far as like choosing to do this full time, it was very much based on like what I've been able to kind of consistently make, to see if it would be like worth even giving a shot. Yeah, and Arcane Season 2, I'm looking forward to it. Even if I'm never playing League again, Arcane Season 1 was so good.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
And I'm gonna be honest, a mafia boss the size of Penguin does not sound that intriguing. Size of a penguin? I mean, you know, how do you get respect if you're that small? Diane. Sounds pretty intriguing to me. We could Cassandra Nova. Maybe we go ahead and do Cassandra Nova. Have you watched House of Dragons? I did. I recently finished the second season of House of Dragons. Didn't like it as much as Game of Thrones, but or the first couple of seasons of Game of Thrones, I guess I should say. But it still felt like it was good. Korg's voice sounds so friendly. It does. Would you ever stream variety games? I would like to at some point, because I like just such a wide variety of stuff, and a wide variety of genres as well. But I think at least for quite a while, it's mainly sticking to Snap to build up like that audience here, and then maybe at a certain point, if I get to a certain level, like maybe we can, you know, take the hit on the viewership, which means smaller sponsors, be able to play like a variety of games and potentially reach a different audience that we wouldn't have otherwise. But at least for right now, we're gonna stick to Snap for quite a while. As in, when you decided to go full-time, what creator did you look at and say, if I can get to that one day, it'll be worth or ideal? So as far as like, I guess, still not probably a perfect comparison, but from like the early days of my content creation, Regis has always been super super willing to help out, super willing to, like, I think I reached out to him the first time when I was like 9,000 subs, and he responded in a very lengthy, very well formatted way. And I think he was definitely an inspiration for that early content creation or like growing of the channel. As far as deciding to switch full time, at one point he didn't ask me anything where he kind of talked about when he decided to switch to full time, and he said that he like kind of kept track of what he made for 6 months, 8 months, however long like that time frame was, and made sure that he could take a significant loss of like maybe a 30% if ads fell through or subs didn't come through, sponsors didn't come through, to make the decision to switch full time. And so I think Regis was a big direction in like that early play at least. Well, Halo had an entire show, so I hyped for the 40K episode. Oh, I may have missed that one. And then Lacey said, try doing a subathon. You can farm subs like that. I don't want to farm subs. I want people to be here because they enjoy the content. At some point, I may do a subathon. We did that to some degree to make the transition to full time. But for now, I think we will see a lower amount of subs next month. But I think we're also okay with it. But it is time for a quick set of ads. They're gonna. I'm out of snoozes. I kept snoozing them because I was chatting with you guys. But we're gonna let those roll real fast and then be back in a minute and a half. Arrow said, "Wow, I thought you were cooked this game." This deck can sneak out a lot of wins that you probably shouldn't be able to otherwise. Just with how much like disruption comes about. I love Regis. He sounds like a genuinely nice guy. I agree. Like reaching out and being willing to help like a smaller creator that just randomly decided to shoot you a message. And not just like a base level answer. Like it was an in-depth, like well thought out, well structured response that he definitely spent some time on. He's always very well spoken. And then Nickel 4242, thank you so much for the resub with Prime for the 3rd month. Appreciate having you back. Hopefully you're having a great one. Love to have you here. Love the support. So the reason I like Regis is that he doesn't hold criticism back when it's valid. Watched him when he played Hearthstone. Yeah. He doesn't overly criticize, so it's not like everything happens. It's this is awful. But he also doesn't shy away from saying this is not okay whenever it truly is not okay. Formally requesting an overnight until dawn. I've never played Until Dawn. But it's a pretty sunshine and rainbow type game, right? Legitimately spooked guy. Let's go ahead and go Agent Venom. We're going against Cheese Butt again. Our small meta showing has not been great. We match up against several people over and over. So Nico, we could also go like Nico, Destroy, Grandmaster, Retrigger Korg. That'll give us a better chance of drawing into Black Widow next turn. Could be nice. Placement for Grandmaster. There's not a great one. You could try maybe Toxin, but I think it's going to be notably lower performing. The rocket does scale here. Toxin to bounce it back in is big. Gave up on Toxin? I wouldn't say gave up entirely, but definitely giving Toxin a break. So right now, it's either Toxin mirror matches, or people are playing heavily into counter Toxin, both of which are very unfun for me. And so, like, I think Toxin is a great card. He's fantastic in bounce, but playing up against, like, so with bounce, it's a higher skill cap deck. So in the mirror matches, it usually comes down to who the better bounce player is. And then in the counter, the decks that are designed to counter bounce, it also comes down to you don't really have a lot to do if it's a hard counter against you. I feel like TLSG wouldn't scream if he's spooked. I imagine he just gets walks away from his computer. Probably. I probably would. I don't think I would scream unless it just like really startled me. Are you gonna watch the World Series? Probably. Most of the time I do try and tune in. So getting this up to 8 could be good. Doing a big 21 power Hawk could also be good. It's always a tough decision between Iron Man and Hawk, but I think this time we're going to go Hawk. Because even the Mystique copy will be, what, 16 plus 4, it's going to be 20 power? Yeah, let's go with the Mystique. Or let's go with the Hawk line. Oh goodness, that gave me a fright. Could you imagine? Oh man. That would be. I feel like that would get memed on. If it was just something like truly terrifying and then that was the reaction. I don't really have as far as who I want to win, I don't really have a stake in either of the teams. So I don't actively watch, but I do keep a kind of a far view on it. So I kind of follow it loosely, but I don't really care which team comes out on top. Since it's not the Astros, I don't have any stake in the game.
Victory.
And then Durg, welcome in with the hydrate reminder. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Nasher, if you do an S at the end of drop, it's plural. That'll give you, the first link would give you the link to make sure that you have linked your Marvel Snap and Twitch account. The second one would be how you check your progress. It's just your inventory tab in Twitch. I can't do any of these. But I do have, I think, 3 drops left. I'm not American, but I can act invested in these sports. I'm not super invested in most sports. Like, I usually see it in passing, but I don't like go out of my way to make sure I'm catching every game. And that goes for most sports. Like, I enjoy baseball, I enjoy football, I enjoy basketball, but I haven't actively followed any of them for quite a while. As an Astros fan myself, the Dodgers and the Yankees World Series isn't an easy one to watch. Yeah, but as from the Astros, we had a really good run for several years, and so like, all right, it's all right that we're not up there for 1 year at least. Dodgers or Yankees? I don't mind either one. Machine World with Black Widow gets icky. Punch. Who are you talking about? cooking competitions count? If so, I'm into those. Absolutely. Astros are cheaters? Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't follow them that closely. I just live near the Astros, and so they're the team I root for. Otherwise, like, I wouldn't be able to go out in public.
I am Iron Man.
I want the throne.
Man, both of our hands suck. They have 2 cards, one of which is the Widow's Bite. We have 4, but 2 of those are either Widow's Bite or Rock. Get a plus power on the Widow's Bite, which is nice. Do they give up mid? I feel like they give up on mid. Big surfer, but I don't think it does it. Oh, now it definitely doesn't do it. Oh man, they wouldn't have won before. They definitely don't win now.
Man.
That is a big destroyer, oof, for sure.
Victory.
But we'll take it. We're slowly but surely climbing. We could probably also maybe play it a bit more aggressive when we have like big hand disruption. But right now, let's see how we're faring with the bully deck. We dropped off a little bit, and then Delirium on the YouTube side said, "Let's go Dodgers." As long as it's a good series, I'm okay. So over 40 games, we're about a 57% win rate. The cube rate is really bad. Never realized Destroyer was changed until that game. Really, Sergeant? Yeah, so they changed it the same time they changed Atuma. And so there was some cope for a while that you could use them in Destroy, but it ended up being pretty like lackluster. And then Posture Check, top 200. We're top 200. We started the day top 170, 180. But we're on the upward redemption arc. So we can double up on the Nico. We can go to 4 and then double it again to 8 if we wanted to. Yeah, let's go ahead and do let's go. But I mean, as far as bad cube rate, it's like one net cube. Like we had some bad snaps, some bad stays, and we also haven't been playing it super aggressive. High water mark is what matters. Consistent top 150. It is consistent top 150. Ooh, the Invisible Woman probably teched towards like all the bounce stuff that's going around. So I don't feel safe throwing Silver Sable into the wind. Go with this. Yeah, he doesn't destroy his own location anymore. I wish they would remove auto lose things like that from location. Yeah, auto lose things like that are definitely, I mean, it's part of the big RNG, but it is a frustrating part of it. We definitely know that they have a Killmonger in their deck. Let's go Black Widow to the right. That way maybe it can push to the left. Okay, Black Widow into Absorbing Man. We'll take it. Or into Hawk. What all do you think they have behind that Invisible Woman? Scary thing. Be the anti-bounce deck with Killmonger and Shadow King? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was imagining was Killmonger, Shadow King, Shang-Chi, maybe Enchantress. But Enchantress feels less likely. You need a good Mystique? That is not a Mystique. We have priority, so we can't even use like a Phoenix Force to bring something back. Rogue and Surfer? Yeah, I've seen Rogue, Surfer. I mean, Enchantress, true. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 off the Brood Surfer. I also have Red Skull, so if they accidentally drop a Rogue, we can steal it back. I think this is what we're going to lock in and see. Guessing Killmonger is one of the hidden cards? Yeah, me too. I think it's a very likely hidden card for sure. The reason I doubled up the Sable with Grandmaster was that the negative affliction from the cards I think would be the most hurtful. Kind of crazy Triskelion gave us Brood Surfer. Uh-oh. -3 Nebula? Okay. That would be why the -3 Nebula. Oh, that was so close to working in the right lane. Had Nebula not been absolutely blasted away by Sable, they had that one. So the double Sable drop was what gave us that one. Whew. That poor Nebula. That was so much closer than I thought it was going to be. Did not see the Omega Red coming. Me neither. The Omega Red was from the Triskelion. So that was just kind of like an add-on adjustment they made. I personally think Sable has too much upside. Yeah. Me too. What do you think about the new gold bundle? I think it's decent value. So 3,000 tokens would approximately be worth about $25. If you're doing like one card is $50 worth, which is typically like their conversion rate. So 3,500 gold is around what, $40? Probably closer to like 45. I guess it's okay value. It's a half a card. Maybe it's not great. But if you're needing specific cards from the collector's tokens and you have the extra gold laying around, maybe it's not bad. And actually, I'm gonna check. I think it's the bundle analysis, because now that I look at it, I think it may be on the lower side. Because at least with credits, you get spotlight keys, you get additional credits and progress on the track. So it may be on the worst side. So the web shop one for $3 is 900% value for the bundle. For currency, it's 500%, which is crazy. Crazy good value. For the second snap anniversary, so the $10 bundle, also pretty good progress. It's 200%, so it's twice the amount of currency you would normally get from the money. I don't see. Yeah, so this one for currency wise, it's only 107%, so it's just a little bit more than you would get just from like using it for credits, but you get the upside of a variant and 3,000 tokens, so you can kind of select which card you want to pull with those tokens. I think it's okay. Yeah, they do the 154 for the overall bundle, but if you don't really care so much for like the variant, if you're just doing it for like a progress standpoint, then I usually go off of the currency value. Even if you don't spend cash on Snap, it's just a crazy deal. Wait, which one? The web shop? Yeah, the web shop bundle, I haven't bought it, but it is insane value. It's probably one of the highest value bundles we've had in a very, very long time. Ooh, Snap on double Cassandra on your video, you regretted it? The only downside is sandbar. $100 for Tribunal? No, I didn't get that one. But that sounds awful. Do we Cassandra Nova or do we Rock Slide? Hawk is already 6, so our curve is just askew already. Let's go Cassandra Nova to the right, I guess. Sandbar makes me so sad. Yeah, me too. And they have Wiccan down, so a wicked amount of extra energy for them. Oh, I haven't seen a 4U bundle for a while. Not nearly as bad as the old Sandbar. I guess that's true. Sandbar actually brutal for rocks? Only if they were going to play them. I mean, they could just keep them in their hand. Wiccan? I love that guy. We can't with you. I have not watched Agatha all along yet. I want to at some point, but I haven't yet. And then Achu on the YouTube side, welcome in. Unless they just didn't have good output on the last turn. Do this, we can do this. But I don't think this wins. Because they could have Magneto. They also bounced this left lane in. A game with Dream Dimension and Sandbar? Oof. That is a big oof. Is it just me or is this Hawk costing 6 very often today? It is costing 6 very, very often, Lucas. The increase in Iceman is... it definitely hurts a bit when it hits your high priority cards. But it's hard to snap into. Like, as the opponent, it's hard to snap into knowing that the Iceman actually impacted the game. I don't recommend watching Agatha until season 2. Really. I heard mixed reviews about Agatha. Some people really liked it. Some people didn't care so much for it. I also don't like Brooklyn Bridge. Oh, a big cliffhanger on the... Gotcha. All right, let's go Nico. And actually, Quantum Realm isn't awful for us because we do have Agent Venom, so we'll be able to play cards over there. They'll keep the 4 power. And of course, things like Hawk, Steve, Iron Man. All right, let's go with the Agent Venom. We're going to go ahead and destroy it. I'm going to play... I guess we have priority, so it doesn't matter where we play. Into like a double Black Widow. Which is helpful for them in Quantum Realm, other than them not being able to draw. Is that Agatha's been straight up amazing? I've heard some people say, like, absolutely awful, and then absolutely incredible. Very little have been just like, it's okay. But Screwtop right above that said Agatha is okay. Not your typical Marvel stuff. Did we already snap? That is so unfortunate. Unfortunate for them. Very fortunate for us. go with this, or we go Black Widow so that they can't draw. They could go Claw. Claw could potentially get power into Space Throne, yeah. But with Bishop, I think they're a bounce deck, not the Claw stuff. And then a little bit further up, Churchyard, you said, any tips for the game? I lost my motivation to play Snap some time ago. Recently, the Volt event kind of kept me playing it, but nothing else. The biggest thing is try to find something that you enjoy playing. So, like, find something that you would enjoy losing with and be fine with losing with. Because that makes kind of the drag of the game, or the slow parts of the game, much more tolerable and manageable. So usually I find when I'm not enjoying the game, it's because I'm not enjoying the meta. So what bundle is crazy value? No, not the Galactus one. There's a web shop exclusive for an Iron Man. It's $3, and it's about $15 worth of currency. If you Grandmaster card in Kamartage, does it go off twice? No, still only the once. So Hawk 2 of the right or left. We're assuming they don't have a rogue. I think just in case of a Cosmo. Oh, if it wasn't in mid, yeah, it would send 2 cards to mid. Like if Kamartage was over here, it would send 2 over. Or if played on a Wong lane with 2 other on reveals. Hawk what? Hawk 2 of the left. Or Hawk 2 of the right. We don't know which direction to go. So, Toxin pulls back up the Silver Sable. So they can play them again. Bishop continues to scale. Do they ever... They don't have Iron Man, do they? Actually not sure if we fully win this one. We'll give it a shot. That's a lot of rocks. It is a lot of rocks, but they have a Silver Sable that's at, what, 8 power? So it goes to 10 power here. I think it goes to 11 power here. Plus Bishop's going to scale by 1, 2, 3, 4. So it goes up to 18, 28, 29. This goes up by 8. I think we lose left. No, Quantum doesn't set it back to 2. It sets its base to 2. 4. It goes to 16. I think we have to retreat out of this one. Because we go to 26. I think they go above that. As long as they played the Sable and left. They may have messed up though. Okay, fine. Over to the left. I think we have to retreat. Sticks around anyways. I'm guessing they didn't know that Silver Sable doesn't revert that power. Ooh, sorry. Ads. I just now noticed ads rolled. I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do better. And so we lost as long as they knew that Quantum Realm didn't offset this card. So, fun thing to know is that Quantum Realm doesn't overshadow the Agent Venom. It also doesn't overshadow buffs because it inserts it here. It inserts it because it changes just the base. So any modifiers after that point stay the same. So like Kitty Pride, for example, sets it it sets it here several times, but keeps the modifiers at the end. So ads automatically roll, but I have the ability to I have like 3 snoozes that I can use. And so I have an eye on when they're gonna trigger. So I always try to do it after the games, but I overlooked that one. So Rocket is safe. Yeah, in Quantum Realm, yeah, Rocket Raccoon would be safe over there. It would go up to 2, so it'd actually be a 6 power because it applies the Quantum Realm bonus before any modifiers on it. Did you win? We did. They misplayed the Sable into mid instead of left. They played their Kitty Pride left instead. So we should have lost, but we won. Are you winning? Screw top. We're slowly but surely climbing out of a hole. We're back to top 200. We're starting to gain cubes with this deck. We're holding a 57% win rate, but I lost some bigger games than I probably should have. I don't understand their mistake. So if they played Sable to the left, they would have had an 11 power Silver Sable. And so it would have beat our left lane, but they played it mid instead. I think thinking that it would have set it to 2 instead of it keeping the power that it had gained. He said one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. He just needed to see what the big number on Sable mid. Awesome. Could Toxin replace Absorbing Man? It could. My problem with Toxin in this deck is we typically want to be able to do like Black Widow or Rock Slide into having that happen again on 4. And Toxin would have like a gap turn. And so it's less consistent with like the disruption that it's bringing.
Victory.
Or Wrath got to really mess up the next card in your deck. True. I feel like maybe I suffer from Wrath, and that's why we like Rock Slide and all the evil decks. Mine is Sloth, too lazy to do math. Aloy, I pushed your message through. But it thought you were a supremist. Spirit Gun said, "You guys are awesome. I'm a little envious, jealous." Why not Misery over Absband? I know she's struggling to find a home. Because I like... My problem with Misery is that you're taking away your power or cards on the board. And so a lot of times, like that re-trigger of 2-3 cards, it just isn't worth losing 9 to 12 power that you could have otherwise. And so like Misery always feels, and it's a little more telegraphed because with Misery, you're going to stack into those particular lanes. And so Cosmo completely derails you. So with Blade, they're running a discard deck. We didn't get any of our early anything, unfortunately. Go Cassandra Nova now, but we probably... Wait. Blade Infinite? They have a Ghost Rider? Yeah, so I'm missing Coal Obsidian. That's the only one that I'm missing. But I'm mainly missing it because there's not a huge incentive to go out of my way to pull it. No, you're okay. You're okay, Alloy. Yeah, but that's why it got spammed. Or that's why it got like filtered out. Yeah, Coal Obsidian is like just a different crossbow.
Gotta run, hun.
Is Tribunal worth 6,000 tokens? Depending on where you're at in your collection, most of the time, no. But very rarely, like there's, like it can be a pretty cohesive deck if you have the other pieces for it. But it's usually one that requires a pretty deep collection to build. Oh yeah, and you got an instant rebate because it's only 6,000. I don't think we win this one. There's just too much chance that they have decent amount of power that comes down here. But it worked for us last time. So we just have to hope for a bad stack. They have, right now, 2 cards that have been discarded. They're going to get an additional 1 from Hellcow. And so Infinite, Black Cat, something else. Lady Sif. Lady Sif isn't a huge one for them. And no Luke Cage. So we need Infinite to go right. Oh, that is not to the... We don't need Infinite to go to the right. That is fine. The negative affliction from Luke Cage, the nerf to Hellcow, everything came full circle to be able to allow us to win that one. Such an ugly game. Like, we didn't deserve to win that one at all. We'll take it. Yeah, Living Tribunal's play is super counterable as well. It's true. Love to see Hella losing. Hella losing is, again, it definitely, going from 2 discards from Hellcow to 1 was such a huge hit.
I found the rock.
Okay, he didn't deserve to win either. Fair call out. So we have Nico for a location change, but I think we just hold it for now. Yeah, and the Aranya being -3 was brutal too. Go Black Widow, stop them from drawing. Next turn, maybe it's Nico Cassandra. Instead, I think it's going to be Nico Rock Slide. Hope you win this one. Spot, me too. I hope we win this one too. Splat usually has some pretty crazy or interesting decks. I'd be curious to see what he has up his sleeve. The War Machine into Skip? Uh-oh. That is going to be a flood, isn't it? Do they ever infinite? Do we throw anything in left? Yeah, Fogwell's Gym is featured. It started out on reset, so about an hour ago. We'll float She-Hulk. She-Hulk, potentially infinite. Our only chance would be if this is enough to win. Any OTA leaks? Not that I've seen.
Victory.
right, let's pick up a couple more. This one's easy enough. And this one. Yeah, no, the float wasn't needed for Infinite, but if they had She-Hulk, they may have floated to try to get both, but I guess they couldn't. Time to play Legion so I can use it on Fogwells. Not all heroes wear cape. Evil Cream. But I did have somebody. I did have somebody Legion it because now since it adds together. Wish there was a retreat, but still show me what would have happened button. Yeah, but that's part of. I guess that's part of the fun of it. Kind of like poker, where if you don't pay to see the end of it, then you don't get to see the outcome. It can be really frustrating, and I get caught up in like needing to see the outcome too many times. But I get why it's not a thing.
Hey, I found a rook.
Infinite plus Maw.
Hey, man,
I could have
I'm
Infinite
cool.
plus Maw with the Black Swan. Oh, that's such a bad gladiator pull. Oh my god. Whew. I have so many cards in hand. Ooh, that is rough. We go Cassandra Nova. Go Rock Slide. Let's go ahead and go Rock Slide. We'll lean all the way into it. I'm not gonna snap at this point because at this point they'd retreat. No, it doesn't stop a Teeling from working, but they could potentially draw into it and have just a completely dud or dead card. They're gonna have 14 cards in their deck at the end of the game. Oh my goodness. It's so oh wait. We don't want to Absorbing Man. We wanna do Hawk here. I was caught up in sending them junk. Let's do Hawk. Next turn is going to be Mystique Cassandra. We should be fine. We have Arsham at home. Arsham at home. Yeah. Sarah doesn't do them a lot of good. They don't have a lot that they can drop. This is 24 power Mystique. Yeah, it's bigger than the Cassandra. The posture check from Rule a couple minutes ago. I sat up straight, but I didn't call it out. I appreciate the reminder for my posture. The double rocks, right? Double rocks, gotta be. No, they would have our border, wouldn't they? Big Rogue? Rogue Shang-Chi? And I'll cry. Okay, that's good. Whew. So they didn't draw a single rock we sent them. As unfortunate as that is. But we also stopped them from being able to draw very much impact stuff. Slime, you were able to get your free premium. Hopefully you pull a good one. I don't know if you've pulled it yet or not. But whenever you do, hopefully it's a really good one. Said it was for me. Mine's garbage. I need to straighten up. Yeah, especially when I get like relaxed, I start slumping really heavily. Posture like a candy cane. Yeah. That is exactly true. Next up, we have Wispy One. We have Nico with the Destroy spell. Yeah, might as well. Because even if we don't draw a card that we want to use next turn, I don't mind destroying Black Widow most of the time. Actually, I have never seen Pet Cemetery. Cassandra Nova draws a whiff. We have to go Black Widow next turn, but we won't be able to do like Grandmaster or Absorbing Man onto it with the destruction here. I got Midnight Suns Human Torch. The Midnight Suns one is pretty good. It does look pretty sleek. I should have played in the left. What are we doing?
Spider-Man here.
They always play a card over there. Selves. Okay, good. Not punished. Not punished from playing to the right. 3 cards in hand. You guys are wild. We could go Absorbing Man. Send more junk. Go Agent Venom. Sandra. Iron Man, but that's not huge. Could also go like Grandmaster Cassandra. I don't mind that one. As long as they don't pull this one out of this lane somehow. Like an arrow. I guess arrow could do it. Cannonball could do it. Feels way better than the Misery version. I like this one much better than the Misery version, for the most part. This game is an exception. I think the Misery Phoenix Force is just, it's an interesting way to build it. But a lot of times I missed, it felt like I was missing like that high-end or flexibility. I still prefer Kitty Athena Cosmo. Yeah, Kitty Athena Cosmo is also in a good spot. I don't find playing that deck very fun. Because it's such a known or popular deck. You're talking about like the Claw one, right? It's such a popular deck that everybody knows what you're doing. It is fairly flexible, so you can still get some wins. It's just I don't enjoy running it. Next up, we have VP Tim Walls. Maybe if we win, they'll drop a few subs our way. Sniped with a rocket, unfortunate.
Hey, I found a rook.
I feel like I was never hitting my rocket whenever I played. Maybe I just played too transparently. No Black Swan. Ooh, no Cassandra on our end. Do get Agent Venom, which is not bad.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Tahi Mage, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. That pushes us up to 8 for the day, which is such a massive amount of support, considering we already had like a huge influx earlier this month. Into TVA, wild. So if they beast the rocket back in, they'll be able to readjust where it's at. Toxin. Toxin is pretty good here. They have a 3 and a 5. There's a good chance we lose. Actually, I climbed before the over there, no claw, but with Ham and White Widow. A lot of turn 3, turn 4 retreats, yeah. I feel like they play Rocket maybe here. Is it worth a four risk? We don't have an amazing hand. We don't have an amazing like final board state. Curious. Oh, the left and right is scary. So too much with the silver sable. Oh, we lose. Maybe we should have retreated. I wasn't expecting the sage though, so I was curious what they were confident in, that they were snapping. Should have resisted. That's what always gets me in trouble, is I like to see the end of games, and so I usually stay when I know I shouldn't. It is what it is. It is time for a quick set of ads real fast to make sure that pre-rolls stay disabled. We're gonna jump over into 2 minutes here, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. That was a 33% loss, though. Yeah, had we hit one of the smaller ones, had it hit Nico, that would have been ideal. Pushing into mid and then turning us into a demon. That's all right. I threw rock into this deck. A rocket. I threw rocket into this deck since I'm missing Sable. Yeah, I think Rocket would still be pretty good. You could also go like with extra disruption, like maybe Iceman. But I think Rocket is probably the call. Next up, we have Hydroprod, which is a pretty good player. Rank number 8. We don't have our early stuff, but we do get Agent Venom, which is beneficial. So with their Hydro Bob, they're going to have to probably either not snap or snap on turn number 6 so that we can't counter snap the following turn to potentially move it back. Hydroprod plays Hydro Bob. He does. Nice draw on AV turn. It was a nice draw, so we didn't it was the only one that wouldn't have got buffed up from Agent Venom. Definitely a good draw for us. Then Hydrate. I'm not sure if I did your Lord Diz with Hydrate. I'm not sure if I did it or not. We'll do it now just in case. So we could do more rocks. Or we could do a Cassandra Nova and copy. Oh, you sent it right as I walked away. Gotcha. I like the extra rocks to make sure that they a better chance for them to not draw into anything. But an extra Cassandra Nova is so good. Especially since they have 7 in hand right now, or 7 in deck right now. mentioned the value from the buff to Nico. True. Being able to get that on the board is nice. So now something like Hawk mid. We have a pretty flexible, like, Mystique Cassandra finisher.
Opponent snapped.
Snapback is really scary. Oh, maybe it's a grapple arrow acid arrow combo. So they're gonna grapple arrow left, acid arrow to the right. Pulls it up. No. Okay. Black Widow is beautiful. Love to see it. No draw for them on the last turn. Hydra Bob could have jumped to the left and would have been devastating for them, but did not. So what's the snap on? We have Shang-Chi. I feel like Cassandra in the right is too telegraphed. They have 7 energy. They could do Shang-Chi, Shadow King. Shang-Chi Rogue would be wild. Bob Snap? I don't know. It feels so that they open up a space. Yeah. Shang plus Shadow King, worst scenario. I feel like Shang Rogue is worst scenario. They may have also just been snapping to move the Bob. I wish it would have went left. That would have made this much easier to navigate, but I feel like we have to split it and see. They win. They win off. Oh man. They went off of the Shadow King read. Oh god. Yeah, but if Hydra Bob went left, it would have got -4 though. Is why I wish it went over there. Is there a turn where is there a world where we play Iron Man plus Korg? Iron Man plus Korg would have won. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, definitely. It was a well-placed Shadow King. We knew Shadow King was within the wheelhouse. And unfortunately, we played right into it. Oh well. It was well played. It was a tough stay for them. And that tie in the left lane was so brutal too. But well played nonetheless. Did say putting it right was bait. I did I did say that, didn't I? And then I went straight ahead and did it anyways. And then Max Phantom said, how's the stream been today? The stream has been good. Slowly climbing upwards. So from like 160 to 200 to 210. We're hovering around the 200 range. Slowly climbing upwards, but the stream itself has been great. We had a really big raid from Harry early, which was amazing. Been able to hold pretty steady since then. Hopefully your day is going well so far. We did sacrifice the Sable. I guess we just skip here. Been pretty decent. Good. Glad. We change a location. Could also do. Not a lot of rocks.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
I think it's the best we've got.
I found a rock.
Sneeko value is incredible. Are they looking to set up a Shuri move Galactus? Oh yeah. I forgot they were running the Galactus deck. Definitely running the Galactus deck. I think we should snap. Symbiote Spider-Man is big and all, but 8 power in the left stops us from like the blink line. This stops us here. Toxin again, even if we don't have anti-venom. Agent Venom? Or Agent Venom is really, really strong right now. I'd say in line to potentially be nerfed. Like it's very, very strong. Wind pool. Probably should have done something different. Oh no. Be a 10 power Galactus. We didn't leave ourselves much room for an end game. Possibly be 18. Oh, it's the double. Yeah, Jesus. They could have also gotten a lot of our rocks, but I think that's kind of cope. Easily win left. Yeah. It was. I forgot it was 2 triggers of Gwynpool and not just the 1. I thought we were playing the Nico Rock Slide on 4, not on 5. Yeah, in a perfect world, Galactus was 18, which is crazy.
Hey,
Let me go back
found a
to a Toxin deck. Black Swan, a little scary. I guess we're gonna push to try pretty heavily into killing their Black Swan lane. Do this and hope for the best. Buttscott, was your hand bad? Yeah. 13 power M'Baku. Yeah, no, my hand was bad. Bad. Alright, so they go, oh man. They go super heavy in the right lane. So their Black Swan stays alive. And we lose a lot of our resources, unfortunately. Got Toxin on key 2. Not bad at all. How long are we going to stream for? I don't know. I'm going to go... the hardest stop I have is in about 3 hours. I'll have to go pick up my daughter. But I don't know if we get some stuff taken care of around the house prior to that. Reminds me of the memes deck where you double Galactus like a billion times. Yeah, I have the new Spider-Man variant, Virus. I like it quite a bit. Problem here is that we just don't have good Ender. We just have to hope that they don't either. But a Toxin here could be pretty deadly. That is a big dump of cards. I was hoping they had a lot of rocks, but I'm thinking maybe a lot of rocks, but also Hitmonkey. Oh, Toxin. Toxin pushes it to a tie. Never mind. Yeah, we don't beat the tiebreaker. One more power. Never mind. We lost mid anyways. They almost got the cast roll. One more power and they wouldn't have won every lane. So as a Scream enjoyer, there is a deck that popped up that's showing pretty good stats. And actually, there's a Toxin deck showing pretty good stats too. We'll do a Toxin. And if it doesn't pan out, there's a Scream deck, and I do enjoy running a good Scream deck. Which ones? Which ones what? What punch? On the last deck, replacements for Agent Venom. You could go with maybe like a counter card, so like a Shadow King. But losing Agent Venom, you lose a lot of your upper end on that last deck. I don't know about this one, but which Scream deck? It runs armor for all of the like destroy we've been seeing. It's not bad. Agent Venom, Hitmonkey, or Toxin as well. I know that they can probably like Deadpool, Hulkbuster, destroy whatever they have, but I feel like this is also pretty solid.
Enough said, bub.
Sasquatch's free power? I don't know about free power, but some Sasquatch sometimes makes your mid-range or mid-game plays kind of hard to navigate. So let's go ahead and drop Agent Venom again. I was thinking there wasn't a good reason why we were dropping it, but we're gonna be able to, or while we were pulling it back in, other than Toxin scaling, but we can get the +4 onto all of the rocks that are left in our deck. And we can go ahead and play a rock, that way when we beast it back in, it'll be free. We can use it to help elevate the Hitmonkey.
Enough said, bub.
Do it this turn. I kind of think we want them for free on the last turn. Also pull Toxin back in. Then we don't get the reduction. So I think we're just gonna We're just gonna skip here. Maybe it's the rock, but 4-power rock. Yeah, the 4-power rocks are a huge value. I'm gonna hide the fact that we have one. Let's do this. Brings us up to 6. Go 1, 3, 2. So if we draw in another 1 cost, we can play that as well to make sure that Hitmonkey scales.
Oh, snap.
Finally get the Deadpool down. Get a pretty big destruction in the left lane.
What a game!
But Null is probably going to be around, what? Ish, maybe? One cost card? Beautiful 1 cost card. We should be able to overpower the Venom. Now it's just a matter of, do they play Death plus? Do they play Null plus Deadpool? How do they navigate the last turn? Do they Zola? Ooh, if they Zola, very good on them. But yeah, that's another. We also have to remember that they had 4 rocks shuffled in early. I feel like Zola has been dropped from a lot of destroy decks recently in favor of like the Agony line. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Victory.
We'll take the 2. If we get lucky with the post caches. Most of the time, boosters, sometimes you get things like gold variants. I really like the past 50 experience. One of the few places you can still build up and acquire gold. Next up, we have KM Worst. First location, White Hot Room. Let's start with Iceman. Try to add a little bit of disruption. We could probably do Rocket. I think be fine to proc it in the left, but we're also fine to wait a turn on it. I did skip last turn. A Hood Rocket, and we're hoping to draw into one of our 3 bounce resources here. Dev Roadmap video got me excited for the potential of game boards. I'm excited. I like the idea of game boards. I'm definitely going to buy a couple, but it just depends on how they're packaging it, for sure. If we do this, we are very reliant on Falcon. I don't like being that reliant on it. Odds are they're going to package them in other deals so that it's not like a straightforward purchase, I would imagine. But I am excited for alternate boards for sure. So the Mobius, unfortunately. Black Swan, useless now.
Opponent snapped.
It's a crazy snap without knowing if we have Beast in hand or Falcon in hand. But at this point, it's a 1 out of 5 to draw it next turn.
Escaped.
It would be cool to see, like it even be on like the super premium pass. Would be kind of cool. Need a shawarma restaurant table board. I wish they would. I wish they would re-envision the acquisition system entirely. Like I feel like it has to be somewhere on the radar, but I would hope that it's high up on the radar.
Snap.
I would have thought that they would try to push it for their 2-year anniversary, especially since they're spending money on like
Victory.
extra sponsored streams. But maybe it's more along the lines of like December. We see something like that. That we haven't even heard anything about it. I think it's just copium at this point. What are your thoughts on the economy / state of the game for returning players? It's rough. Returning players, unless you're going to spend money, it's kind of tough to slowly acquire those cards because there's points in time where like maybe there's a handful of decks that are good, but a lot of those will require some pretty decent resources. So like if you missed out on Nocturne, for a while Nocturne was dominant. And so it feels kind of tough to come back. There's definitely a lot of like FOMO. You can do it, but there's a lot of FOMO that feeds into like, I need this card, I need this. But it is time for a quick set of ads real fast. And then when I come back, we'll do the emote only chat from Shub. And then we'll jump into some more games. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. And then we'll be back in with some more game. Yeah, it's definitely always going to be a grind to some degree if you're returning. All right, let's go ahead and queue up. We'll slow play the first turn as we match into somebody, but that way we can be ready to go. Ooh, Hydra Prod. We're out for blood. They took 8 earlier from us. We want them back.
I am ego, and this
Third
is
ego we've seen
my
today.
domain.
Third ego is wild. I go weeks without seeing ego. No way. We have an 8 cuber from Hydra Prod. Let's see how it goes. We're hoping for Agent Venom drop next and not the Toxin. Finally, the first good thing of the day. I 1-key Toxin. Rickster, that's huge. Rickety Bridge is terrifying. Okay, at least it did Toxin onto the rocket. Toxic EO sounds like a bust. It does. But we're gonna honor the snap rules. Not awful. Not awful here. Ego chooses a player that's gonna win. The second he shows up. I don't think we can change your mind. Ego know how to activate. I believe he activates the following turn. Ooh, don't hold the beast until turn 6. Bet the house on Ego always. We always bet the house. Oh, it does know how to activate. Oh, well. Turn 4 Black Swan casually. Oh, it's gonna turn 6 Beast. No. Okay. 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 It's gonna Beast in mid. Beast in mid, it knows what it's doing. It was big. I wish it would have went like hood elsewhere. He knows what he's doing. He's a professional. It's not awful. We have a pretty good lead left. That is a lot of cards from Hydra Prod though. Scary amount of cards. Oh yeah, we're busted. Unless Real Mysterio is mid. Where's the Real Mysterio? There's the shot. Hold. We lose by 2. No. Ah, good game. Good game, Hydra Prod. Whew. We're getting all our cubes today. That's fine. I don't mind giving out 8 on an ego snap. Whew, that was like 50 ranks. It's all good. We'll get them back. All right, next up we have Satis. The first location, Elysium. Big. Like Nico, Sable, Falcon big. Ego gives, Ego takes. He does. I still can't believe we've seen Ego 3 times today. How do you get drops? So Kai, if you do exclamation point drops, the first link is to make sure that your Twitch and Marvel Snap account are linked. And then all you have to do is show up and be watching somebody in the Marvel Snap category. And you'll start making progress. You can check your progress from the second link. Yeah, ooh. What do we want to make a copy of? I feel like we make a copy of Toxin. Feels great. Yeah, so the exclamation point first, but you can also use the text like right above your message. The copy Toxin feels crazy strong here. As long as they don't have a Cosmo eventually that blocks us, we can now do Toxin onto Toxin and just have a repeating plethora of Nico Sable drops. I wonder what kind of deck they're running. All I know is that we are lapping it down with Sable over and over and over. We do this. Or do we even really want the demon? Yeah, the demon's fine. We can hold Nico in hand and try and get a location change card for Limbo. Nothing into Magic. Splat, Cannon, Gambit, Tribunal. What? I I was thinking Tribunal until we see whatever this was. Yeah, there's not bots in Infinite, so it's not a bot. Cooking something. Whether it's a good cook or not, I don't know. Why don't the bounce toxic? What? Why don't the bounce toxic cards? So Toxin just gives itself +2. So it's +2 to him. Nine. Said Nico's too good, man. Nico, it has some insane value. My goodness. Dodge on the central part. TLSG, is that a mod you have? A list of the cards on your screen? So it's the tracker. So exclamation point tracker. It's called Untapped. The first one is the link to the site. The second one is my affiliate code with the site, which if you end up downloading it helps a small amount. Wait, they bounced and replayed Magic? We are going to turn 7 after all. Welcome back to Limbo. Goodness. It's gonna be I mean 3, 4, 5. We want 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 final turn, or 6, 7 final turn. Probably more likely. I don't know that we even care to do this one. Imagine Storm in Limbo. Don't put that out there. If they Storm in Limbo, then they cooked us. We just have to accept it. Three things are certain in life: death, taxes, and Limbo. Silver Sable is just shooting up the whole deck. It is. It absolutely is. Wow. The second trigger of Wolfsbane still doesn't do it in the left lane. Eesh. This. Have you played Werewolf by Night and Bounce yet? Yeah, I did earlier today, and it did okay. It was a pretty good variation. Goodness. Iron Man?
I
Big?
am Iron Man.
Heard Iron Man? Stage? Not big enough. That's a crazy stay. Satis. Yeah, poor Satis for sure. I just wanted to run a little bit of Toxin negative. Definitely a crazy stay. Knowing that they lost here. Knowing that we had this. He's just a child. He is. We had to show him the way of the world at some point. Most of the time I lose to those lower collection level players. Satis deserve better. Yeah, justice for Satis. Satis deserved much better than what he got. Next up, we have Clawsbro. We have 2 toxins. It's nutty. Yeah. Whenever you have 2 toxins, doesn't happen often, but when it does, it is nuts. I do enjoy a good cloning VATS game. And so in Tapester, Monopoly Go, if you do check it out, let's see how long it's active. I only have 30 hours left on the sponsorship, and so still plenty of time to check it out. Then you can always, of course, play it after that. But for what I get benefited from, we only have 30 hours left before it's over. Let's go Hood Toxin. Is Toxin worth tokens? If you like Bounce, yes. Bounce, he's very, very strong. If you don't care for Bounce, then probably not. Really, the only places you're going to see him are like your Hitmonkey Swarm decks too. Go ahead and do one of these.
Opponent snapped.
Have you tried him in Move Bounce? I did. Day 1, I tried him in Move Bounce. It did okay. That was actually my only day 1 positive cube rate deck. But it also feels like the same as Move Bounce did before, because I did it in a like Living Tribunal Move Bounce. What a crazy Khazar. I don't know that I've seen a Venomized Khazar before. It's a crazy variant. Doesn't even look like Khazar. Get to flood our 1 costs on the final turn, plus Sage, plus Hitmonkey. Prediction on what cards get dropped in the series? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, unfortunately. So, Nico Hood. Rocket, Hitmonkey, Demon. I don't know what they could have that would. An Ultron. Ultron would be what, 4 power Doombots. 2, 4, 6. So 4, 8, 12 plus 4, 16. 6 and 6 goes up to 19. Left lane, we should beat it as well. Oh, I forgot about the Nightcrawler move. Whoops. Okay. So it has to be an Ultron, right?
There's no strings on me.
What a what a hopeful stay that was from young Klaus. Young Klaus got clapped. Unfortunately, rank 1 or collection level 1000. Well, they'll learn the hard way. He was ranked 2000 as well at collection level 1000. So save some low CL for the rest of us. People hate retreating. Yeah, especially when I was a newer player. I still do it to this day. But as a newer player, a lot of times I just like to see like the range of potential decks so that I knew what was worth staying and what was worth retreating on, so that I could adjust my snap lines appropriately. But he's the one that snapped me on that one. It's crazy. People are too retreat happy though. Yeah. Yep. Depending on my like state of mind, sometimes I'm more apt to retreat. Sometimes I'm more apt to stay. But I try to make sure it's a good like healthy middle ground. When do drops go until? Because I'm only just about to get the boosters. So tomorrow's the last full day. I believe they end at like 3 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. So you have another one full day. 3 a.m. Eastern Time? For some reason I thought it was Central. Ooh, turn 1 Zabu? I work from home tomorrow, so I'll throw up a stream in the background. There's also a patch scheduled for tomorrow as well, so... that should be helpful. I think I'm just gonna hold here. We could do let's do Rocket just in case it pulls like Sage, Hit Monkey. At least we get a little scaling off of it. Elsa buff, coping card. Elsa buff could be pretty good, especially since it's in the spotlight, but I doubt it.
The throne.
Fortunate. Rough. Rough pull for sure. Iron Man to 6 cost? After what they did to Taskmaster, who knows? Could be a thing that they're cooking up. Guess I'm just gonna hit monkey mid. Then we'll beast bolt back in next turn. Losing our 1-drops was pretty rough, especially with Zabu. I'm curious what they're cooking. Still want to know what they found that forced task to 5 to 6. Yeah, me too. It has to have been with like Madam Web Human Torch move, I would imagine. But that deck is still absurd without it.
I want the throne.
The last time we had a series drop, it dropped 7. I think it was 5 series 5, 7 of the other. Destroyed. I got a. Eight, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not great. I think there's a good chance we lose this one, but I'm curious what kind of deck they're running. Is the newer card acquisition system better in your opinion? I use 3 spotlights, got 2 variants in Nebula. Sorry, I felt scammed, not gonna lie. I do think it's better than the collection track. So on the collection track, when they were previously on there, I never pulled a single Series 5. Like every Series 5 that I was able to get, I had to use with tokens. So I don't know. I know some people got a lot of cards that way, but it felt, with it being a really low percentage, it felt pretty bad most of the time. And then Kivon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. It is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to run 2 minutes, and then we'll jump back in with a bit more of the bounce gameplay. We're doing pretty well with it, I think. Either that or okay, yeah, we're 5-2. So a 71% win rate with this deck so far. So this one may be one that ended up being pretty solid. But we are going to jump over into 2 minutes of ads, and then we'll be right back. And Prominent, she said, I spent so much money trying to keep up during the first year and have spent next to nothing since and maintained my collection. Yeah. Yeah, it's much better. It has a lot of feel bad things about it, but it is much better. Like, it used to be that I needed to drop about $100 sometimes a couple of times a week to keep up with the new cards that were coming out. And now I'm able to keep pace with just getting the season pass each month, and then maxing all of my progress everywhere else, so like Conquest, Alliances, anywhere that provides like credits. Yeah, no, it still has a lot of flaws. It still feels really bad as like a newer player returning, because you're just so far behind that it feels tough to like ever even think of catching up. New system is just more gotcha, less choice, player agency. Yeah. It's true. Next up, we have Vanilla Enjoyer. First location, Fogwell's Gym. Let's go ahead and play out our Iceman. Go Yawn, do off the jump. So another mill. It's probably a Misery Mill, which a lot of times those do the job of getting rid of the opponent's cards, but not a great job of finishing off the game. I don't really want the Demon spell. I'd almost rather be able to do like Sage next turn into Beast on the following turn. But as it is, I guess we'll do this. Legion, Fogwell's Gym. Does that make it 8 times? So they only applies the doubling once. Is it? Is it only? I know that it used to be just double, and that was it. And then they changed it a touch. But with Mindscape, we'll swap hands at the start of turn 6, so we have to be kind of mindful of that. Yeah, so they changed it. So they changed it so that it does add to it. Not quite going to be enough on the hit monkey, though, unfortunately. So they did a, I think it was, I don't remember if it was on a patch or an over the air. It's featured right now, Sir Shady. So no time, no time like the present. The hot location got me back on ladder. Yeah. How's the Toxin deck been performing? So we're 6 games in. We've lost 1, and we've won 5. No, we've lost 2. We've won 5. So we're 71.4% win rate with it right now. But of course, really low sample size. What was I thinking? Oh no. Well, we're 5-3 because I for some reason thought we'd have a chance to activate Black Swan, and we just don't.
Escaped.
Watching your Pure Evil deck now on YouTube. I think I had a stroke. It happens, Strike. Hopefully you're okay. When I get home, I know what I'm doing. Yep. Legion is a beautiful way to get a lot of boosters. I think it's the one that last time it was featured was such a positive thing, and it's like an easy thing. Like boosters aren't rare by any means, but it's kind of a cool thing to get like just a little bit extra. Mindscape is the bane of bounce. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe we could get Black Swan and then pull the cards back in, but that. What would you sub out Silver Sable for in the Pure Evil? Something like Rocket Raccoon could be okay, because it's still going to have a chance to scale a lot. So you might angle that direction. Game Dimension, not a great location either. Bucky Barnes. Makes sense. Also convinced me Silver Sable is even good. Seems very weak. So it's essentially a 1/5 that operates very well inbounds. So it's decent with Affliction style decks. It's decent if you get to play it multiple times because it negatively flicks their cards over and over, and it continues to scale. It feels like one of the more flexible 1-drops. I'm not going to snap on them. They're pretty low collection level. I'm not expecting them to have like a really collection for the discard, especially since Angel is in play. So Milla, I like that idea. I think on certain days when I get into more of a it's more like set schedule or pattern, I would love to be able to do something like that. Let's go ahead and re-up the Sage, and they bounce. Ooh, that is why they snapped on us. That is a big Venom. I always hate to see a big Venom. For Sage, only 12 power. Second Sage. For Sage, only 18 power. Hold their Venom 2 craziness. Okay. So death is free. Death null. Crazy. No, I think they got us. They are Venom? Yeah, they are in fact Venom. Like that, actually. Is 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Hit Monkey only goes up by what, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit Monkey goes up by 8. 11. We could compete in the right lane. It's just, do we win off of it? Mike Dot. I'll keep that under consideration. That would never happen. Welcome in, Mike Dot. You can always make your grand entrance. Yeah, so death. Oh. Oh. Okay. Never mind. So it turns out the secret play was Falcon over to the right. It's a good job holding the Killmonger for last turn. Yeah, owning everything, it feels bad to see something come out that everyone is using, but a lot of times you can kind of judge what card is going to be good within the first couple of days. And then what? Welcome in. Fantastic game, by the way. I had to open stream again to say hi now. The Venom pool was crazy. The Venom pool was crazy. And then the finisher was good too. The Killmonger as that last touch flare was big. And it definitely did us in. So let's go with the Black Swan. I wouldn't say all luck. Did you hold the Killmonger intentionally? Because if so, I think that was a really good call. Do that. Play Beast next turn. Didn't even draw Deadpool. Yeah, sometimes finding like the sneaky ways to win, even if you don't draw Deadpool, is pretty good. Can be pretty big. What if we did Beast? Next turn, we play them all, do Falcon into the full flood last turn.
Oh, snap.
Plus Kingpin against the Werewolf by Midnight is beautiful for us. Stops him from scaling there. Oh, you saved Killmonger for Deadpool? Gotcha. Cloning bats for Venom decks is always so fantastic. But you had a lot of things played down there that you were able to destroy. What deck would you recommend I play to Infinite? Do you have all the pieces of like the Deadpool Null Destroy deck? If so, that's been the same kind of core 11-ish cards for like a year. And so it can still perform well. It's not like flashy, it doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles, but it can perform pretty well.
Legendary.
Time to touch grass. Absolutely, Watts. Well, good game, and hopefully, hopefully we see you again sometime soon. 1 week for Pokemon Pocket. Are you jumping in? Ryan, I do plan on checking. So I've already played it some. I'm working on slowly like building up my collection, but I do plan on continuing to play it and potentially either streaming or focusing a little bit more on some videos for my Pokemon Pocket channel, depending on like what the numbers look like. So it may be that I do like some split where I do some snaps, some Pokemon Pocket, but it just kind of depends on how the launch goes. I'm excited for just something else that has a lot of hype. I was too busy with PAX Oz this month that I never. Oh yeah, I don't know. Never heard of this VPN that you speak of. I moved to New Zealand to play. He said I'm interested in something else to play. Yeah, me too. I don't with the battles the way that they are without a ranked system. For me as like something where like that competitive, like even just a superficial number, really drives me to continue playing and continue experimenting. Pokemon Pocket doesn't have that, and so it feels like you're just kind of going up against whatever decks are there. So I don't know. You said competition brings out the best in most devs. Yeah. So maybe they'll have to like shift focus onto other things, which is never a bad thing either. But going against the Deadpool gamer. I was under the impression ranked was coming pretty soonish. I don't know. I know that there was some ranked assets that were data mined, but I don't know. I don't know like how soonish that means. We got a Negasonic gamer as well as the Daredevil gamer. We played Rocket 3 times, and the time he finally triggered, he got decimated. Been trying to rotate for like a potential Black Swan, but no such luck yet. Yeah, the lizard brain, and for me, it means that like if it's getting bigger or I'm getting higher ranked, it means that I'm playing against people that are also trying to do the same thing. With just a mode right now that match up to whoever and what it is. I always wonder, like, are they kind of playing a throwaway deck? Or are they playing something that they actually think is good? With their Daredevil, typically that's to get a read or insight onto the Negasonic. Cosmo? Yeah. We still have quite a bit of power there. But Black Swan a touch too late. 4, 5, 6, 7. It's mid. 9, sorry. 9 wins mid. What are the chances they don't play a single thing here? I feel like it's pretty low. I'll say Second Dinner has been going wild with features this year. It has felt like it's ramped up towards the like tail end of the year. It felt a little slow for a few months, but it feels like they're coming out with a lot of new things pretty quickly now. I'm working on another PAX bundle with them. Ooh, hopefully 2025. The stuff that was available to add in a bundle last year versus this year's crazy. Yes, a lot of different things have they've been coming out with a lot of ways to incentivize those different purchases, like borders, flares, all kinds of kind of cool stuff. How do you not get discouraged from playing Snap when it seems the majority of matches are mirrored matches or bots? So in Post Infinite, there's not any bots. But I don't know. I still enjoy the game. The meta shifts frequently enough that it usually doesn't feel like it's prolonged, like a prolonged issue. Like typically a deck that is good today, a couple of days later, may not be all that great. From the gameplay videos I've seen of Pokemon Pocket, it seems like 80% of the Pokemon cards seem unviable for play. It does feel like there is just a handful that are definitely better than others. So like it seems like some of the cards, especially the normal cards or the colorless cards, they're not necessarily gonna hold their own. They're more meant for like filler cards. So like depth could be an issue too. So they're setting up a collector for their bounce stuff. We would want to try to get the highest power output in mid so that we could overpower a big collector on their end. So a late Venom, probably not worth dropping here. Honestly, without Black Swan in this one and without Beast, I don't know that we can get much going. I think what we're going to need to see on probably this turn or our next turn draw be a Beast. Toxin I don't think does it either. We need the cost discount so we can flood everything with it. Everyone is queuing into beginner. I hadn't had any issues with finding people in the higher end, but I also don't play it extensively. Maybe that's an issue. So Nico is definitely not Beast. Not the Beast card we could have asked for. Go ahead and play the Sable out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, I like the Nico into Hood. It's just we don't have really anything to hold our presence versus their collector. Their collector being in Throne Room is pretty dominant, because right now it's 8. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If they don't add anything else back into their hand, you could steal it. That is a very big. Since it's not the higher end, it's those who have low collections get paired with people 30 plus levels on them. Almost full collections. So then people queue into beginner then? Sage mid is better? Ah! How much better was Sage mid? We bet on the wrong side anyways. That's not gonna matter. They're gonna win left, right. I think we still get did, but the others are the issue. Stage would be 10 to 12. Yeah, without drawing the bounce pieces, that one felt like a pretty tough lift. All right, next up we have Dexter. We're gonna do it before he does. Every time he shouts us out first and then we play, we lose. So I figured I'd shoot him a shout out. Easy win? I don't know. Especially with knowing they have Madam Web in hand. Seems like anything but an easy win. Trust in the heart of the cards. Trust in the heart of the cards. Scotta, welcome back. That was Scotta, that was a long time out. Did I put 2,000 minutes instead of 2? No, you're okay. Oh, the camera? Oh. RIP. RIP to the camera. The camera said, that's it. We're calling it a day. We're calling it quits. I'm having some overheating issues, I think, with my camera. We can override it a couple times. General Sergeant said, I can still see him. Jump scare. Oh yeah. Okay, Toxin. Not bad immediately after, but probably would have been better if I rotated into it after Iceman. You ever send a Sage in? Feels crazy, but we might send a Sage their way. Feels she was the 4th unrevealed location.
The Sorcerer Supreme.
I was hidden down there. A world ship in wait. Ooh. Well, comes a demon, so Sable is now stabilized. I was hoping to flip into a Black Swan. Black Swan would have been really good. But without that, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can cycle the Hood next turn in Quantum Tunnel. We'd be hoping for Sage. Sage mid is crazy. Wait, no? No. Oh my goodness. Speaking of crazy, it was not meant to be hit. It was meant to be Beast, and trying to throw. Yeah, I mean, we went Beast. I'm glad that he didn't play that turn faster. That would have been awful. Sage. Ooh, Toxin. I'm not sure that they... Toxin or Rania. I'm not sure that that was the ideal flip. Do we ever Falcon? We lose the Nico mid, but we get 4 power elsewhere and a little extra scaling on Hitmonkey. Yeah, we're fine. Snap for the giggles. You said Sage mid was crazy. Hold it back out. Ooh, tie in the right. Not tie in the right. They dominated us with Quantum Tunnel. I didn't realize they had an Iron Fist down. But we'll take the 2 cubes. And with that one, I'm actually about to head off. I got to go pick up my son from school. And so we're going to raid over. We did it yesterday with Dara. We're going to raid over into Dexter. We have it queued up. Thank you guys for the incredible stream. It has been phenomenal support and phenomenal stats the entire time through. Thank you guys for being here. I will be live again tomorrow for the patch day and the last day of drops. And so we will catch you around on the next one. Thank you guys again. Let's raid over into Dexter and we'll see you around again. Later, guys.